Welcome, everybody. Welcome to episode 27 of the Drew Pavler Show. Who would have thought we'd make it so far? Who would have thought we'd made it so far? But we've done it. We've done it 27 days in. We're enjoying the streaming. Let me quickly share the link around, guys. We'll begin in a couple minutes. Let people join up. But I'll discuss the India-Pakistan war today. I'll also discuss Denim suing Ethan Klein. That is also apparently just as important. Tell me what you're thinking. If you're joining now, please comment. Let me know who's watching. Dan and Destiny want you to join anything else. Really? When? That sounds fucking awesome. Seriously? I'd love to do that. See, guys, trusted the plan. We trusted the plan. Destiny was just tired when we were doing the first podcast. Trusted the plan. The true patriots always trusted the plan. I told you guys. I fucking told you. The true patriots always trusted the plan. They never wavered. Never doubt the plan. Easy. They're live on Kick right now. Okay, shit. How do I join? That's fucking cool. Is that actually legit? Who do I message? Should I message Dan or should I message Destiny? Not this episode, later. Okay, cool. Nah, man, that'll be awesome. I'm keen. True patriots trusted the plan. How did that come up? Did you message the chat or something like that? Thank you, Easy Money. I appreciate your support. You've been supporting a lot. I appreciate that, bro. We've got some real patriots on the stream, guys. We've got some real patriots. Damn, powerful, very powerful. Let's go. Never doubted the plan. Never doubted the plan for even a second. We're all winning. We're winning big time. Number one streamer, Drew. We're only a couple of years off. We're only infinity years off. It's going to happen. Trust the fucking plan. Now, that's cool. I'm actually really keen to do that. We trusted the plan. People said, oh, Destiny didn't like Drew. Nope. You failed to trust the plan. You failed to trust the plan. You failed to trust Q. Oh, Nicholas Decker said he might come on the show. Nicholas Decker said that he might come on the show today. That's very powerful, guys. That's extremely powerful. A lot of people have been asking for this. Just never fail to trust the plan. Never fail to trust the plan. I'm just going to quickly post up the link. Let's go. Nicholas Decker's back. Yeah, no, we're going to have him on the stream. I think he's going to join in an hour and a half, he said. Never fail to trust the plan. Real Drew Q Patriots have joined the stream, and they're making sure that things are. They're making sure we're never forgetting the big beautiful plan the big guy upstairs has for us. Hello there, the Indian here. I hear there is a war on. Hey, I could even bring you on the stream if you're interested. I mean, it's good to have somebody from the actual region, right? I'm just going to post the. I'm just going to send the Discord link. Never fail to trust the plan. I don't know why Dennis is suing Ethan. It should be the other way around, if anything. Hey, which part of India are you from? Should we quickly go through the Noah Smith India-Pakistan War 2025 live stream. Because look, I think he's like, there's so much disinformation. I literally didn't even know who to follow to like keep up with this stuff. Very good point, but hang on, look at this, right? Of the world's 9 nuclear powers, 4 are now actively engaged in major conventional wars with peer adversaries. That's crazy, man. So India, Pakistan, Russia, and Israel. That's actually insane. Let's go through. Damn, guys, I'm very happy that we trusted the plan and Patriot Destiny is going to pull through. Nikhil says, pray for an Indian victory for democracy and secularism. Look, I'm certainly not on the side of Pakistan. I'm certainly not on the side of the Pakistan. I'm from the south, but I live in the capital of the state, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Oh, cool. Are you Tamil, Haya? What are your thoughts on streaming culture? Does it foster a sense of parasocial cultism different from the media of the past, or is it just a logical extension of talkback radio, TV, etc.? Good question, actually. Look, I just sort of see it as radio sort of thing, and I'm just gonna treat this stuff as radio. I find it fun. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm gonna just keep on doing it at least for 100 days in a row. I mean, I've done 27 out of 100 days. That's a pretty good record. 27 streams in 27 days. I'm gonna just keep on going. I hope at some point we pull through. I hope we eventually hit critical mass. I read somewhere that if you've got more than 5 live viewers, like you're automatically basically in the top 2% of streamers. So I mean, like we're already like kind of in the top 2% of streamers. It's just like we've got to break through, you know. We're just got to break through. But it's a great sign that it's a great sign that Destiny's going to have me on again. We trusted the plan. Nikhil we've got 2 people from India watching now. Cool. Very cool. Thank you so much for streaming at North America time, Drew. Yeah, dude, I told you I would. I appreciate it, Western Hegemony Enjoyer. He was telling me you got to stream at North America time. I said I had to do it. I agree with you. I think maybe what I'm going to do is like long term I stream most regularly at North America time, but I will try to do some good times for Australian audiences because, you know, I love talking Australian politics too. I'm Tamil. Sorry, fuck. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Excuse the cough. I'm Tamil in that I was born and raised there, but I have ancestry in Karnataka, Telugu. In fact, I'm in Bangalore right now at my extended family's place. Cool. Very cool, Haya. Good job, Drew, for putting in your hours. You have the blessing to become a big streamer. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I hope so. 27 days, in 27 streams in 27 days. Probably actually hit more than 100 hours live streaming right now, which is actually cool. So, you know, we're trying hard. The current India-Pakistan war might be the first time modern militaries are dogfighting to this degree. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I'm Telugu too. Cool. Damn, that's crazy. Who would have thought? I've got a lot of Tibetan friends who were born in India, and I've got a lot of Tibetan friends who, you know, really love India because India brought in a lot of the Tibetan refugees. So I love India. Good place. Like, I hate this. You know, there's so much insane far right racist shit on social media about Indians. I hate that shit, right? Like, dude, Pakistan is a psychotic Islamic, like, you know, it is a psychotic Islamist state. It is completely run as a theocracy, essentially. Hardcore Islamism exists in Pakistan. You can't be the president in Pakistan unless you're Islamic. And it's like a failing state with nuclear weapons. Like, that's not good to me. They literally had Osama bin Laden down the fucking street from the main military academy in Abbottabad. So you think I'm going to be supporting the Pakistani regime here? I mean, it's like literally an Islamist failing state with nuclear weapons. Like, not necessarily good for the world, is it? Swindon saying dogfights do not happen in 2025. This is like the most amount of dogfighting we've seen like ever. Oh, by the way, that story of the 125 jets dogfighting is most likely a total fabrication. There's no footage of supposedly one of the largest dogfights since World War II. Also, they use Arma 3 footage. Yeah, dude, it is hard. There's so much like just slop out there. So much misinformation. It's so hard to tell what's actually happening because to to put it mildly, I'd say the Indian and Pakistani media is not exactly, world class. There's a lot of propaganda, unfortunately, in the media. So it's very hard to actually reach people and see what's happening. Unfortunately, I'll only be a chat warrior because I was brought on Slazak's election stream and I had hilariously poor audio quality. Damn, man, that's sad. That's sad. Well, look, hey, eventually we'll get you a mic, bro. Indian strikes also killed the killer of Daniel Pearl 2 days ago. Yeah, that was goated. I have Daniel Pearl's dad follows me on Twitter, and I've long term really wanted to do a podcast with him. And yeah, no, he's. I feel very bad for that guy, Daniel Pearl. What happened to him is just sickening. Dogfights don't happen in 2025. Air missiles have ranges over the horizon. There's no dogfights. Yeah, true. I heard that there was just like, when that whole story about the dogfighting, I read that both sides had their military jets exclusively within their own territory. So like the Indian jets were flying in Indian territory, and like at the exact same time, the Pakistani jets were flying only in Pakistani territory. India is an early cradle of atheist agnosticism. Shame on Modi for trying to look. I certainly prefer, a secular democracy in India. I don't want them to go full Hindutva. I think they should remain a secular democracy. I don't like seeing states taken over by religious ideology. I think it's been really bad in Pakistan. Like Pakistan has become, a failing state under the influence of Islamist insanity. And so you don't want to see India go down the route of, full Hindu religious supremacy, right? It's interesting. I have seen it, like a lot of Israelis love India. Molkaka 81 saw hundreds of Syrian and Israeli jets fighting. The media here ranges from Fox and Friends on a slow news day to Goebbels' speech. Yeah, dude, I think that's true. Hey, I think unfortunately, like there's a lot of really bad media in India, but it's the same in Pakistan, obviously. To sum up, Pakistani missile was intercepted on the way to the capital, New Delhi. India responded by attacking Pakistan capital. Holy shit. Okay, let's go through and just read like the latest on this shit. Okay. Breaking. India has brought down 2 Pakistani fighter jets during an insane dogfight in the Kashmir Valley around Srinagar, Budgam, Baramulla. Search parties from J&K, Kashmir and Kashmir Police, Indian Army, CRPF are trying to locate the parts for early delivery of tea. Parts of But this is the problem. We can't tell. Like, can any of this be verified, right? I don't know. I seriously don't know how much of this can be verified. Their countermeasures must be magical pixie ducks radar blocking flares for only 2 jets to get shot down. Search for Noor Khan airbase attack. Okay, I'll look through a bit more of this. So swarm of Pakistani drones in Delhi's airspace apparently, but then now they're saying there were no drones. So it's fucking hard. This is like literally, how they've been talking about information warfare being like literally live. So yeah, cyber warfare in play. I mean, look, this is full information warfare at the same time. It's so hard to tell what's happening. Locals report very loud explosion in Sialkot. Separately, Pakistani accounts are claiming that another Indian Rafale jet has been shot down in Sialkot. Visual confirmation of a plane crash in Pakistan Sialkot.
ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਡਿੱਗਾ ਵੇ ਭੰਗੀ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਭੰਗੀ ਦੇ 45 ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਭੰਗੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਪੈਲੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਵਾਲੀ
Damn it. Look, it seems like it's all going off right now, dude. We're live streaming a war between nuclear powers. This is pretty fucking scary, I'd have to say. So it's 7 a.m. over there. It's 7 a.m. over there. There were news channels claiming we had captured Lahore and Islamabad the day before. Yeah, dude, it's full information warfare right now. Yeah, good point here. I don't understand who this information warfare is affecting because, like, literally no one fucking is following. I don't know. Who's it affecting, right? All credible air forces trained for dogfight. It's called air combat maneuvering. Happened over Kiev in 2022. As I understand it, India has kicked Pakistan's ass every time they've fought in the past. I mean, that is true. That is true. Oh shit! So you've got like Hindutva guy calling Congress traitors. This is a thread that Noah Smith compiled, so I didn't expect it to have some like really hardcore BJP types. Apparently, there is a lot of Armor 3 footage, which sucks. They spam fake slop so the other side's analyst AI systems can't work out what's real and what's not. Yeah, there's a lot of fake slop in this here. So BJP is like, gentle reminder, Congress, Rahul Gandhi didn't want India to have Rafale jets. And then they're saying it was all corrupt. And then now they're getting all these. Damn, dude, nationalism in India is hardcore. I'd have to say the Hindutva stuff is hardcore. Could India support Balok separatists as a way to fight back? Yeah, go to sure. Why not? Why not? AI slop is making information more easier. Yeah, there's so much AI slop. Meanwhile, along the line of control, there's heavy artillery fire ongoing. Lots of boons. If you're looking for real-time updates, follow his stream. He's got a live cam up and running. Let's see. Should we watch a little bit of this guy? Should we watch a little bit of this guy? 19,000 watching live. Okay, let's watch a little bit of this guy. Let's see.
Saying that the Pakistan claims of a cyber attack are fake.
Guys, agenda-free TV. If this guy's slop, if this guy's like a liar and it's all bullshit, tell me and I'll stop watching the stream. Right?
So.
So Pickles reckons that Noah,
but India just posted a PI.
No, Luckner is a very good choice. So this is Luckner. Okay, we'll watch. We'll watch.
And they said it's fake. That's an Indian government site.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this guy a bit. Both sides using Armor 3 footage as real is so on brand for both countries. That's pretty brutal, bro. That's pretty brutal.
Visible says a subdomain of BJP website is down.
Damn.
It's
dude,
which I don't know.
You know what's crazy? I wonder how much is going to escalate today. This is actually hardcore.
No, I don't know if that's related to that at all. I do not know.
My favorite kind of content, reaction to a reaction. Dude, I just want to see what's happening. Like, I don't know who to turn to for India-Pakistan news, right? Like, it's going on, and I want to watch it. I want to fucking follow it, but it's so hard because it's like we're watching.
ANI posted a video of supposed damage in Jammu city from strikes, shelling by Pakistan. I'll post a link to that in the chat. You're looking at a live video from Poonch, which is about 5 to 10 miles from the border in Kashmir.
Agenda-free TV is great. He went to Harvard and actually was a writer on Seinfeld. Is that true? That's holy shit. That's cool.
We have periodically heard a bunch of what sounded like artillery.
That's cool. Damn. What's his name?
Just heard a boom right there.
So what's his name? Is it like Lutnick or something? During the Kargil War of 1999, the US famously refused to let India use its GPS. Dude, it's I think it was a really shit decision by America to side with Pakistan over the years. Like, just total disaster, to be honest.
Wow. Very interesting report from ANI that they just posted. ANI, which is an Indian news outlet, FJ mentioned this. ANI says
I've got a comment.
ANI Digital.
I've got a comment, and someone's like,
missile systems activated in Srinagar.
I've got a comment.
Kashmir.
Nobody who watches you is going to be siding with Pakistan. Look, I'm pretty sure like my entire audience is going to be pro-India on this one, right? I'm pretty sure.
And ANI is
I don't think I've got any like, big Islamist fans left at this point.
Over Srinagar and adjoining areas.
Steve Luckner.
ANI says, well, what is this here? Let me go back to it.
I don't think we've got a single person in my audience who's going to be supporting Pakistan.
State
So
TV,
I don't know.
PTV Pakistan.
Drew, why do neo-Nazis call you a Turk? Good question. I think they're trying to like get under. I think they like think it's going to like make me cry or something like that. It's going to like hurt my feelings because of like racism. I like literally don't even really give a fuck. I think it's funny.
Now,
I like actually just find it funny at this point. Best case scenario is Pakistan keep doing these drone waves for a week or so, and then after accomplishing nothing,
they do
the victory. Worst case scenario, they keep doing this.
The National Command Authority is the body that makes decisions regarding Pakistan's nuclear weapons. Wow. Okay.
What's Mehdi Hassan saying? All these guys.
I'm
not surprised. I'm like literally not surprised at all. Like, fuck, these guys are horrible. But
okay.
It's so funny. It's so funny. You get like all these Islamists in the UK going like, we must all stand with Pakistan forever. It's just fucking mental.
That's something.
What's Mehdi Hassan saying? I'm trying to go through his Twitter right now. He's actually blocked me, but I'm just going through his entire Twitter profile.
So, as I just mentioned, and FJ is mentioning too, Pakistani state TV says the prime minister has called a meeting in Pakistan of the National Command Authority. Okay. Well, if you look up National Command Authority on Wikipedia, you see they are responsible. The National Command Authority of Pakistan are responsible for safeguarding the national security of Pakistan through command control and operational decisions.
Do you get a lot of neo-Nazis calling you a Turk, or is it rare? I get it all the time. It's pretty funny, honestly.
They are the nuclear command.
Let's listen to him.
So State TV just announced that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has called a meeting of the National Command Authority.
It is moving fast, eh? It's moving fucking fast.
So that certainly seems like a signal, right? That they're putting out. When State TV says the Prime Minister has called a meeting of the National Command Authority, the agency that basically controls the nuclear weapons, that's a signal. But I mean, you literally go to Wikipedia. The National Command Authority is the authority responsible for safeguarding the national security of Pakistan through command control and operational decisions regarding Pakistan's nuclear weapons program. The Prime Minister is its chairperson.
Can we end the nothing ever happens meme? In the past 5 years, we had COVID, Russia, Ukraine, and now this. Yeah, dude,
that's pretty big.
Pretty scary, eh? This is the multipolar world that they asked for. This is the multipolar world that all the fucking Russia fans loved, and all the anti-Western and all the anti-Western guys loved. They wanted the fucking multipolar world.
Update from Salman Masood of the New York Times. He reports, soon after the retaliatory strikes, Pakistan's politico-military leadership signals deterrence. Indian response to this retaliation, may trigger strikes on key economic targets, they say. It's a calculated play to shape escalation and signal costs. So, according to the New York Times' Salman Masood, Pakistan's politico-military leadership says if India responds to the Pakistani response, that may trigger strikes on key economic targets in India.
It is really escalating, hey? Will India invade Pakistan before July, sitting at 30% on poly market? Holy shit. Nothing ever happens. I don't know. It seems like things are happening right now. I think things are literally happening right now. It's going to be a long day, guys. This is going to go hard. This is going to go really fucking insane.
News 24 India is reporting that an Indian soldier has been killed on the line of command in Pakistani firing. I don't know if that's true. That's what they're saying. Oh, Press Trust of India posted a video from Udhampur. This might have been from earlier, of smoke.
Renthius, hey bro, how you going?
I'll post a link in the chat. Reportedly, there were some reports that said an Indian base, an air base in Udhampur had been attacked. Anyways, I just posted the link in the chat to that video.
Let's go back to the list for a second. At least I won't get drafted because I'm so disabled and physically unfit. Good to hear, hey. I'm glad that you're not going to get drafted. Okay, Pakistani sources reckon that the Pakistani operation is still ongoing. This is actually like hardcore. So, Pakistani post and terrorist launch pad from where tube launch drones were also being launched has been completely destroyed by the Indian Army near Jammu. Again, we don't know if we can verify any of
Park Island on fire. Park Island on fire.
I don't know. Like, it's so hard to verify. No way, Drew is live. I am live. I'm reaching the American audience right now, my friends. By the way, guys, I'm on Twitch as well. I'm streaming on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, smash the motherfucking comments. Just spam that shit. Hit like. Hit the motherfucking like button, guys. Yeah, guys, yeah, if you're on Twitch, smash that button. Smash it. Try maybe having guests or call-ins. Yeah, dude, I will. I asked a couple people. I think I'm going to have some people join soon. Do you guys reckon, would there be anyone good from like India or even Pakistan to like join the stream? Like, let's go like full Piers Morgan style and just like have people on and just like have them scream at each other. Wasn't the USA involved in overthrowing the Pakistani? Nah, dude, I don't think that's true. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, no. To get more views, we will have more guests and call-in. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, send the link to a friend. Tell them to join. Smash the motherfucking like button. Smash the motherfucking like button. Very powerful. Smash the motherfucking like button and comment. Spam the comment section. Just literally comment the entire alphabet. Who is winning? What even is the goal? Nobody knows, bro. Literally nobody knows right now. Operations Room does excellent videos explaining several naval battles during the 1970 war. Okay, I'm going to look up Operations Room. A Turkish-made kamikaze drone crashed in Sialkot. How many viewers do you feel you need to feel successful? Look, dude, like if I could get to 50 live viewers in the next week or so, like, you know, I'd be pretty happy with that. It's been slowly building. You know. Eventually I'd love to have hundreds, if not thousands. Eventually let's get it to this point where we got thousands of live viewers. That'd be fucking awesome. But for now, I'm trying to be realistic. We've been ranging around 30 live viewers. If we can get to 50, it'd be great. We've got 28 people watching live on YouTube right now, which is great. If you're watching live on YouTube, guys, smash the comment section, smash the like button, share the link to a friend, tell them to join. We will get there. We will get there. Matt Curl comments penis. Great. That's exactly what we need. Just comment, just literally spam the chat so that the algorithm goes, let's share this to more people, right? Pakistan is very close to China because of the mutual hatred they have for India. What's weird, both countries are close to Russia. This is going to be a mess. Yeah, dude. It is very weird. We are in like full multipolar world right now because Europe and America are basically saying we take no position. And then China's obviously backing Pakistan. I suppose Russia would be backing India, but at the same time, Russia has like literally no ability to, you know, divert any resources here. You know, I'm sitting in Delhi right now and it's absolutely quiet, not a sign. I don't think anything has infiltrated Delhi. Dude, it's cool. We've literally got someone in the fucking chat who's like, I'm in Delhi right now and it's absolutely quiet, not a siren. I mean, look, we've literally got people on the ground. We've got reporters on the ground. You know what, Kevin, like I would literally I'd send you like a link to join the stream if you want. I don't know how to reach you, but you can like join in and just like report for like a minute or two. It'd be interesting. I don't know. That'd be interesting, but yeah, dude, let's have a Delhi live reporter. How do I reach you, Kevin Nagar? Do you want to comment on my Twitter link? And I'll send you a stream link and you can like literally cross live if you can, that'd be cool. Like Kevin, just comment on this. I'll find your comment and then I'll send you a link and we'll have a live reporter in Delhi. That'd be great. Sloth say stare. We've got 30 live viewers right now on YouTube. That's great, guys. It's building up slowly. If you're on the YouTube, smash the motherfucking like button, send the link around, comment, just literally help me spam it. Delhi live reporter. Wide global media advisor says, nice dog. It is very nice. Is your dad still mad at you for being an unemployed bum? No, dude, I've got a great relationship with my dad. Great relationship. Indian media is pretending that we're in a total war like it's Britain during the Blitz. Everything is calm here. That's funny. Hey, you know what's fucked? We will know. Kevin comments, I'd love to, but it's 7:30 in the morning. I need to get ready for work. Nah, fair enough, man. Thank you though. It's cool. I mean, just literally like comment and update us on how things are going. Drew, you have the YouTuber apology. Set up dog in frame and speaking candidly to the camera. Good stuff. See how the dog is she's very bitey because she's only 6 months old. She's very chewy. Belly, why you chew? Mwah. Beautiful creature. I'm free on vacation, so I'll be here. I was going to say, with Haya, dude, we'll know things are really bad if just like Haya if Haya just comments in the chat, like I see like a Pakistani ICBM traveling over like the south of India, we'll know things are fucked when we have, if we have comments like that, right? If we have comments like that from live streamers, just finished the first year of college. That's good, Haya, that's good. Yeah, dude, I hope things do not escalate to the point where, like, you know, we've got people in the live chat from India saying, yeah, I can hear the fucking bombs. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't escalate, right? Ooh, stop. That hurts. Do they have that Russian S-400 system? Interesting. India thought they'd play both sides, but led to less aid. One from Soviet control and other like Marshall Plan. Yahud or Honud. Okay, thanks, Philip. Pakistan is going to get owned. The Islamic nationalism isn't any better than the Hindu. I can't see how Pakistan does well. I'm waiting for things to kick off here in the UK. Dude, I hope not. That would be horrible. That would be so bad if it kicks off in the UK. I really hope not. Even Britain during the Blitz wasn't bombed 24/7. I feel like we have a misconstrued image of timelines due to learning about war from documentaries. That's true. Like it's like when you get those stupid people like Tucker Carlson, and they're like, oh, there are still people living relatively normal day-to-day lives in Kiev because they're not getting bombed every single second. They're not in a natural trench. And they actually get mad about that, which is so dumb. Pickles LeBanc. So far, it's really good. The Indian Akash air defense system and the S-400s are doing good work. That's interesting, Kevin, because like I've heard that the Russian systems are not good, and obviously I'm pretty anti-Russia. I don't think it'll be that bad that soon because Pakistan's army is truly a joke. Yeah, dude, it's so corrupt. Hey, it's so corrupt. That's why I can't see it. Surely they both de-escalate at some point. Pakistan needs China to help them to win, but that would be World War III. The government of Pakistan also isn't popular. Imran Khan is a sign of that. That's true. That's true. Very hard to tell what's happening right now. You need a good mic setup. What are you currently using? Are you sure it's not good? I mean, I've got the Rode Micro USB Mini, and I got this for like $200, and I thought it was a pretty good mic. But I keep on getting people telling me. I keep having people tell me that the mic system is not that good. I don't know what to do. Maybe I get a better mic. If you guys, what mic should I get? Give me some recommendations. And we've got 4 people on Twitch, which is good. Keep if you guys can keep sharing that and commenting, that'd be great. So the only jets shot down were the French Rafales. Extremely large Indian and Pakistani communities apparently a march over the next couple of days planned in Birmingham. Dude, I really hope that they don't go to war. That'd be crazy. Imagine fucking riots in Birmingham. That would be so mental. I hope that does not happen. Creature, Belle. Belle's eating something over there. Sorry, guys. I'm just talking to the dog. I have to tell her off the camera not to be crazy. A little off topic, but did you see in America where Stephen Miller is mulling around the idea of suspending habeas corpus in order to do mass deportation? That's scary, dude. That basically means the government can just detain anyone they want without any charge. That's horrible, dude. That's horrible. Pakistan is a capable fighting force. They can't sustain a war against India, but their air force is really capable. True. Your mic is good. Don't listen to other people. Conflict has escalated. It's a hectic day in New Delhi today. Is that true? Because I had someone in New Delhi. I literally had Kevin in New Delhi saying like everything's fine. I don't know. We've got a live reporter in Delhi right now who's like, yeah, I'm here and nothing's happening. It's a decent mic, but there's so much echo. True. I mean, I don't have like a soundproof studio or anything, guys. I'm like filming. I'm recording kind of like in a living room sort of thing. Like if you can see, I've got a desk and like, you know, the bookshelves behind me, and I like literally, yeah, I'm just literally streaming from like living room. I mean, I can't afford to like, you know, soundproof this whole shit, but I don't know, maybe I do need to long-term get a better mic or something like that. Kevin suggests an Audio Technica at 2020. Just so everyone knows, if this does go nuclear, life as we know it on this planet is over. It doesn't matter if it's just the subcontinent. We're talking nuclear winter and 1 billion starvation deaths. I'm gonna say nothing ever happens to that one. I think we shouldn't. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't think people want. I don't think people want it to go nuclear. I hope it doesn't go nuclear. Your mic is honestly not that bad. I'm not hearing any issues with it. Speaking to the mic mostly is the big tip. Yeah, true. Good point. People are mad because you don't have the podcast or video essay mic. True. What's the actual? I mean, look, what do these guys normally have? Those sort of podcast or video essays guys. What mics do they use? Aren't Raphael's 80s era technology? Mic sounds good. Just get good audio levels. Would make sense. They're behind the curve now. You should probably do some US politics next stream because of the ICE stuff and habeas corpus suspension. Yeah, true. I will. I literally will. That's a good point. Don't blow up headphone users. There'll definitely be riots in the UK instigated by Islamists. Look, I hope not. I really hope not. Chances are you're using the mic sub optimally instead of using a bad mic. Probably right. Drew, why are you countering the Greens? We need radical housing change in Australia. Dude, they're not helping. They're NIMBYs. Like they're anti-housing development. They're not helping at all. Has anyone from H3H3's team talked to you about the Bad Empanada video? Dude, I've talked to Ethan Klein personally. So, you know, let this be clipped by Bad Empanada and become part of like the grand conspiracy. But I've like literally been properly talking to Ethan and Ethan's lawyer. I've had like long conversations with both of them. And, you know, I support Ethan Klein. I'm an Ethan Klein patriot. trust the fucking plan, Q as they say. Dude, I'm a big supporter of Ethan Klein. I've talked to him. I've talked to his team. I've had conversations with them. I really hope that they go against Bad Empanada. I'll do anything I can to support them. Nuclear winter is a myth. I don't know if we should test that, Tim Becker. Yes, we have our reliable stakeholders gearing up for serious next level meetings. Hopefully, your New Delhi reporter is not sitting at home sipping chai. Look, I don't think he's a reporter. He's just literally a guy in the live chat from Delhi who said everything's fine so far. I mean, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if we had a proper, if we had a reporter, if we had a Drew Pavley reporter in Delhi right now. Maybe I should just literally like fucking hop on a plane, right, and just go to Delhi, just report. The paper where it comes from was based on wrong assumptions. I YOLO'd the house on nothing ever happens. Yeah, but we spent a lot of money on those Rafaels. The Indian Air Force was super proud of them, and they would pitch the weapon, which would counter Pakistan's J-10C and F-16s. Dude, what the fuck was America thinking selling F-16s to Pakistan? That's fucking mental. What the fuck was America thinking? That never should have happened. Never should have happened, ever. Like, literally ever. Fuck that. Should never have happened. Dude, we should never, the West should never have given Islamist nuclear failing state fucking F-16s. Blue Yeti. I don't know. I've had people mock the Blue Yeti to me. The Australian wildfires basically debunked nuclear winter. Is that true, Tim Becker? I don't know if that's true. I mean, I hope you're right, but that's kind of... You should stream daily. You'll get a lot of viewers. Yeah, dude. Thank you. I actually have been streaming daily. So I've been doing... So this is day 27. I have like a 100-day challenge where I'm like streaming every single day for like 30 days. No, sorry, for 100 days. I'm going to try to get to 100 days. And yeah, I'm on day 27 and it's been good. Look, like when we started, I was probably averaging about 15 live viewers and it's now about 30 live viewers. So it's slowly going up. I think you should be watching the Geordie's video on your stream and reacting frame by frame every day for the most stream growth. Look, I did that yesterday and I'm going to clip that up. I'm going to get the editor to clip that up and post the full YouTube video. I think that'd be pretty funny. India and Turkey both seem to court the Americans and Russians. That said, Turkey has a healthier political opposition and more entrenched liberal norms. Turkey also produces defense platforms that other countries want. The same can be said for India. I don't know. I think India has way better democracy than Turkey. Pakistan this morning has launched operations Boyan al-Mosus against India. That does not sound good. Drew, what is your thought on this conflict? Will it go nuclear eventually? Seems like it's escalating pretty quickly. Dude, it is escalating. It's pretty scary. I really hope it doesn't go nuclear. I don't want people to die. I'm not one of those billions must die charts. I don't want that to happen. I don't like Ethan Klein because he is known like... Nah, we love Ethan Klein here. Hats off to India's resilience dealing with constant terrorism. Now, I do actually feel really sad for India that they've just been like persecuted with horrible Islamic terrorism for a long time. Best case scenario, if we go to war, is no decapitation moves by India against the Pakistani army command, but the Pakistani government crumbles under internal pressure, kind of like Argentina's government under Falklands. True. I hope that happens. Yeah, look, I as I said, I'm basically pro India because I think it's bad that like Pakistan is like an Islamist theocracy with nucleus. From a purely business perspective, you should just dedicate your channel to making pro Ethan and anti Hassan videos and rename your channel to Drew Hates 33 Hates Lover. No, I'm not doing that, man. But I do like Ethan. I do like Ethan. You should not go to Delhi right now. Chat, listen here. We've got 31 people watching live. If everyone puts in $100 and I'll literally buy, I'm not even kidding. I'll literally buy a plane ticket right now and leave tonight. Not even kidding. Guys, literally facts. Not even kidding. If everybody just pitches in $100, I will literally buy a fucking plane ticket to India tonight and we'll just see what's happening. I'm not even kidding. I'm literally not even kidding. I'm fucking mental about this shit. I went to Ukraine. I was a war reporter in Ukraine recently, guys. I'm not even kidding. 32 people in the live stream. I'm not even kidding. If everyone chucks in $100, I'll literally buy a ticket to India and I'll be in New Delhi tonight and I'll fucking report. The Shure M7B. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Don't go anywhere near India or Pakistan for the foreseeable future. Chat, I'm not even kidding. If everybody puts in $100, we've got 32 viewers right now. If we get $3,000 in donations, I'll fucking buy a ticket to Pakistan tonight. No, not Pakistan. I'll go buy a ticket to Delhi tonight. And I'll literally go there and I'll fucking report on the ground, okay? I'm not even kidding. I've got no fear. Just, that's what I will do. That's what I will do for the YouTube. That's how powerful this channel is, you know? No, it won't be a nuclear war. If it is a nuclear war, the positive is that the Western countries will align with each other and win easily. It's not going to be a nuclear war. Probably traded them F-16s for intel on ISIS Al-Qaeda. Probably, actually, that's probably true by Swindon, but that's still shit. If we're posting about how bad nuclear winter would be, it's already too late. Yeah, true. India and Israel are fighting Islamic terrorism. God bless them both. Well said, Kapinta. Well done. Well said, my friend. The F-16s were meant to be used against insurgencies. Pakistan is really important to the United States, so the US will remain neutral and keep asking both sides to de-escalate. I don't think Pakistan should be important to the United States. Like, it's a failing state, Islamist regime. Yeah, less than 1% chance it goes nuclear. They aren't insane. Yeah, that's true. I don't think anyone wants to go nuclear. India remains fearless and confident to overcome yet another atrocity of Pakistan. In Australia, the audacity of Pakistan, Australian diaspora has been below the line. It has been infiltrating the Australia. That's what why global media advisory says. Pakistan helped the US in Desert Storm, so it gave them F-16s. I still don't think they should have been given F-16s. It's funny. I'm starting to get like boomer comments in India going like, God bless Israel and India. Beautiful. I think it's because Twitch doesn't have the ability to enforce their own TOS for messages sent from YouTube. By the way, I think showing chat messages across platform on screen is against TOS on Twitch, which is lame. Is it true? I don't even know. Is that true? Oh, yeah, nice. DDG Richard, $5. I like your theory of MAGA Mouse and really resonates with me. Thank you, brother. Salute. I'm in Australia, home slice. Thank you, Jasmine. We appreciate it. Beautiful. Listen, guys, I'm not even kidding. If we've got, I think, how many people are watching now? We've got 31 live viewers on YouTube. If everyone wants to chuck in $100, I will literally buy a plane ticket right now to New Delhi. I'll land fucking tonight. I'll report on the ground. I have no fear, okay? If everyone wants to do that, I'll fucking do it. Yusuf Dunphy. Imran Khan should be free so he can try to bring stability to Pakistan. While I have criticized him for some of his foreign policy, specifically on China, he still should be free. I think you're right there. I think the imprisonment is wrong. Heya, comment from a guy in India. Heya, Indians are good at infiltrating business, but Islamists are good at infiltrating the political zeitgeist. True. The Bushes weren't known for their strategy, to be fair, Drew. Yeah, well said. Don't want to go to the north near Srinagar and Kashmir instead of Delhi. You know what, guys? Drew, live report from Kashmir. Okay, I'm going to make a tweet like that. Trust the fucking plan. Free Balochistan. Well said. Well said, Philip. And he claims it took out Abdul Rauf Azhar, who orchestrated on an airplane hijacking in 1999 that resulted in release of Omar Saeed's Sheikh, who ordered the beheading of Daniel Pearl. Yeah, it's fucked up. You're the people from Delhi flying this show. You might be the only one on the plane, the cabin crew and pilot. Yeah, dude, I don't want the Pakistani government to completely collapse. That would be horrible. That would make Syria look like nothing. I think Pakistan isn't as authoritarian as Afghanistan as of right now. That's sad. It's sad that that's even the standard. Pakistan failed state would be horrifying. The only thing worse than a theocracy with nukes is a stateless, chaotic mess carved up with warlords with unsecured nukes flying around. Yeah, that is literally the scariest thing ever. And ISIS would literally get a nuke. That's fucking terrifying. Yes, Drew, you could report from India. You may need our Australian High Consulate support. I'd do it, dude. I'd literally fly to Kashmir. I'd fucking report. It'd be interesting. Imagine how interesting that would be. Tim Becker says, basically, the amount of ash produced by the wildfires should have caused a much greater cooling of the climate if the nuclear winter hypothesis were accurate, but that didn't actually happen. Interesting. Hang on. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. We're actually getting a lot of chat messages. I'm trying to keep up with all of them. Bush Sr. was a very smart man. Yeah, Bush Sr. was very smart. Bush Jr. not so much. S16 to Pakistan is pretty dumb. Yep. Why doesn't Richard Hanani go by Dick? Why has this nickname fallen out of fashion? Well said, Pickles. India may lose the PR war. We've got a comment. I'm from India. Holy shit. Wouldn't MAGA. Drew, do you think India ultimately has a military edge here? Like India can overwhelm Pakistan in this war, right? I mean, you would think so because on all the metrics, India is a much more powerful state, but you can never tell. It's very hard to say. It's very hard to say, right? Because, I mean, everyone thought that Russia was going to dominate in Ukraine, and that hasn't happened. Given an exact number needed. Okay, I don't even know. I haven't even looked at flights. I don't even know if there's still flights to Brisbane to New Delhi. Let's see if there's even flights. Okay, let's see. Is the Australian government advising against going? Hang on, I'm looking one-way ticket prices. Hang on. To be honest, look, I got to be honest. I probably couldn't afford to go to India right now. I mean, I'd love to do it, but I probably couldn't afford it. It's pretty expensive. Chinese intelligence might take you out if you get too close to the border in Kashmir. Yeah, dude, it's funny, but I don't think I could go, actually. Smart traveler suggesting not to go. This is a funny comment by Jasmine. India won't lose the PR war. Arabs don't even like Pakistan. That's pretty mean. India's beaten Pakistan. India has beaten Pakistan every time they've fought. If Pakistan ever actually beats India, whoever the PM is will be revered to near godhood for getting them a win. I'm literally checking the flight prices right now. I think it'd be pretty retarded if I went, but it would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? It would actually suck. Like I said I would do it, but I have to be honest. I'd be pretty exhausted. I'd be pretty exhausted getting on like a fucking 15-hour flight to India. I don't know if like that's actually really a good idea. I said that really in the heat of the moment. I'm glad no one's like donated. I mean, it'd be pretty funny. Wouldn't it be funny if like I literally just like popped up in fucking Kashmir? Bob McJohnson, keep up the good work, Drew. You are one of my favorite commentators out here. Thank you, brother. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate this. The link, bro. Thank you so much for the super chat. I have to admit, it was pretty retarded of me just be like, okay, I'm going to quickly go to fucking Kashmir. I think that is like ultimately, factually, just completely retarded, right? But I don't know. Like, should I just attempt it? I don't know. Who fucking knows? No, I'm going to go back to the Noel Smith stream. Hang on. Damn, there's so many comments. I'm trying to keep up with them all, guys. There's actually a lot. It's good. We're getting a lot of people watching. Pakistan has fired Fateh-2 long-range missile towards India in Hayank. Would it actually be dangerous if I went right now? Damn. Drew, if China gets decommunized, would you consider it to be sign up? Look, I would love to go to China if it was not controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. Go to India. Dude, I would. It's just like, I literally came up with the idea 2 seconds ago. I'm not sure about the logistics. That's the only problem. If you make it to India, I'll take you to Kashmir. Holy shit, dude! Like, this is how I always come up with my most retarded ideas, but it sometimes somehow works. I've apparently got a guy who can take me to Kashmir. Why not? Like, why not? Right? Why not? It'd be pretty retarded. Imagine if I do that. Imagine if I actually go to Kashmir. If I go, how long would I have to stay for? 50% more viewers than last night, but the week after next, 3,000 live viewers. Absolutely, Julian. We're getting exponential growth. Julian, did you hear my recent suggestion? How about I do a fundraiser and I literally book a fucking flight to India right now and I just go to Kashmir? Oh my God. There's no flights to the north, so it would be a road trip. It's like a 7-hour drive from Delhi. That would be so fucking insane if I actually do that. Drew, before I sign off, I just wanted to say I appreciate your piece about the Australian nurses. I'm glad someone said what needed to be said about that. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, Bob McJohnson. And thank you for your super chat as well. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, bro. Lord Miles style, just literally go to fucking Kashmir. I think it's a bad idea, but you've survived worse. That is true. That's literally true. Make it a stream goal. Lord Miles style. Get a payday loan, Drew. What's the worst thing that could happen? I don't know, dude. Like getting stranded in India and getting like shot. I don't know. Like, hi, Drew. I'm Indian and I can find you good sources for info. Yeah, please comment some good sources. Damn. Crazy shit's happening right now. A guy on my YouTube live. I do not begrudge Lord Miles for going to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. I begrudge him for coming back. Facts. I actually have gone to India before. Pakistan is saying they knocked out an S-400. If true, that's going to be massive. I don't know, dude, but they're lying about everything. That's the thing. Hey, don't eat my books. No. Oh, so cheeky. Belle, my dog, ate my books. That's so sad. Belle, that's so cheeky. How could you? So cheeky. Eating books. What the hell, man? Hey, what are you doing? Oh man, my dog was eating my books. I'm lucky I stopped her. That's horrible. I love my books. How many more risky overseas trips can your GF sustain? True, I think that would be really hard. That would be really hard probably on my GF if I just go, babe, I'm going to Kashmir. It'd be funny. It'd be really funny, like objectively really funny and insane. But to be fair, I think you're right. My GF would be probably upset. Can you imagine? I'm just like, babe, wake up. I'm going to Kashmir. It's pretty bad. That'd be pretty bad, I have to say. Holy shit, we've got a comment. Geolocated Indian cruise missiles are hitting Pakistan Nurkan airbase right now. Fucking hell, man. This is going really far. Pavlova, I just jumped in. What's the news? Did you swindle anyone into paying for a flight in the last hour? I came up with the idea 5 minutes ago. Someone said, how much is the flight? I think the flight is like $1,000. Again, I'm not sure if I actually should do this. I came up with the idea like 5 minutes ago. So it could have, and I'm freely admitting it's a pretty retarded idea. I don't know. Like I often come up with ideas like really impulsively. India hit 3 air bases last night, early morning. 1,000 AUD or USD. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna quickly check. Fuck, should I do it? I don't really want to do it. It'll be kind of annoying. I think my GF will get really mad at me. I think my family will get really pissed off at me as well if I just go like, Mum, I'm going to Kashmir. Fuck. I don't know, dude. The content would be so fun. It'd be so fun. Like, this is the problem, guys. Within me, I think within every bloke, there's like the desire to be like an adventurer, like Hunter S. Thompson, like Ernest Hemingway, just go to the fucking wars and just like report. I've got that in me, the fucking adventurous lust for life. But then I also have like a fucking family and GF, and I think they get upset if I just go like, guys, I'm off to fucking like Kashmir. Damn, I really want to do it. I really, really want to do it now. Damn, it's so fucking hard. I don't know. Fuck. It'd be so much. It's so much easier. Hey, if you're like a bloke without, oh damn, man. What do you guys think? Ask Destiny to pay for your flight and just do like a literal report for fucking Destiny. Oh, dude. So I think it's $1,000 Australian, but to be fair, I don't think I should fully start fundraising yet because I'm not actually sure whether I should do it. I would love to do it. Like, I'd say 50% of me is like, fucking fun adventure, just do it. But then the other part of me is like, fuck. I've got it. Like, I've got university essays due this week. Fuck. Why does life have to be so hard? I would just literally do it, man. Tactical nuke use is literally not out of the question, in my opinion. Pakistan doesn't have much other counter to Indian armor collars if it comes to that. Can you imagine if I just like got killed in a Pakistani tactical nuke? You would have to break your stream record. Dude, if I was streaming live from Kashmir, imagine how big that would be. Fuck. Wait until you're more established like Douglas Murray. I would do it. I would literally do it. Julian, they won't use nukes. It will trigger World War III between East and West. If you want to be Hunter S. Thompson, you need to do drugs, Drew. No, dude, I do not need drugs. I come up with this shit by myself, right? I just got a live stream. I got a comment by my dad. He just said, "You are fucking retarded," because he saw my tweet about Kashmir. I just got a text from my dad, and it's like literally a live text, and he goes, "You are fucking retarded." Okay, that's true. Do it, Pavlu. Embrace your inner lion. Dude, it would be so funny though. I'm from India, but I live in the States. I don't like Indian media. Pakistani media is pure propaganda. We need someone like you there, but I want you to be safe. Yeah, facts. That is true. That is true. Drew, please don't go to Kashmir. It's too dangerous. This is why you should be an incel. You don't have to worry about your GF to go on an adventure. Oh, fuck, man. It's so bad. Embrace your inner Lawrence of Arabia. Dude, that's it. That's it. I've got it in me. My dad's like, why would it be funny, Rita? My God, man. Hang on. I'm just going to post a tweet. I'm going to post a text exchange. This is so funny. Think about the future law. The future law would be so good, dude. Actually, that's a good point. Internet is down there, though. You would need Starlink. Actually, good point. I actually don't even know. I think the Indian government would end up clamping down on the stream if it was reporting live military action. Yeah, and I wouldn't want to be like fucking destroying the Indian military's position. Don't go to Kashmir right now. Not necessarily, dude. Study nuclear doctrine. Tactical nuke use does not necessarily mean full nuclear conflict. To be honest, Julian, I think if that ever gets out of the bag, I think if there's a tactical nuke, I think it goes full nuclear. You should go to India and start a new spiritual movement called Hindutva. Dude, I've been to India. We will raise an army to go liberate Tibet. We will march over the Himalayas. To be fair, Indian media. Dude, I'm a Greek man. I'm a Greek man, right? I'm a Greek man. And if I go to India, I'll be following in the footsteps of Alexander and we'll raise an army and we'll go liberate Tibet. Thoughts? Thoughts, chat? Should I do it? I'll show you a very funny video that I once made about I had a really funny video once on Drew being Indian. Hang on, let me find it. I'll play this on the stream. This was a good video that I made back in the day. Guys, I want to be an adventurer. Should I go to Kashmir right now? It'd be so fucking interesting. I want to be an adventurer, but it's so hard because my parents don't want me to go and I haven't asked my GF. Fuck, it's so hard, bro. It's so hard. Why does life have to be so hard, guys? Guys, watch my watch this. It's a funny meme. So all the neo-Nazis in Australia, they're calling me Indian. Hang on, I'm gonna get
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
My man, the monkey, chill as fuck.
Oh, dude, that's so sad.
Fuck. Love this guy.
Well, you're actually done the whole time.
That's so bad, guys.
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
Guys, that's the video. WMC goes fucking hard.
You can just tell.
It goes fucking hard. We've got the chat going. This is hard. You guys, my streams deserve a lot more viewers. Thoughts? Oh.
Guys, that was fucking hard. Let's put on some more Punjabi MC as we follow. I love that's a fucking hard song. What, guys? That's a fucking hard song. That song goes hard, I have to say. Punjabi MCs goes hard. I love that music, man. That's hard. If I go to India, Drew, don't go to Kashmir. Your girlfriend's too hot. Facts. That is true. That's actually true.
That's quite hard, guys.
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ
It was hard. Okay, I've got a comment by
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
Oh, we should play these ones. Look at the hook pages. WMC. One word basic.
Oh, Belle, stop chewing me.
Where's the one with Jay-Z?
It's the rock in the building.
This goes hard, dude.
Khalid, Ramel, Pharrell in the house.
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ
Live from
They
United
could pass off as a
States,
Kashmiri.
Brooklyn, New
That's
York,
so
boy.
true.
Young.
ਨੀਮੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ
The nephews is in the house.
ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ
As
ਤੋਂ
soon as
ਬਚ
the
ਕੇ
beat
ਰਹੀ
drop, we got the streets locked overseas. A Punjabi MC in the rock. I came to see the mommies in the spot. On the count of 3, drop your body like it's hot. 1, young, 2, you, 1, 2, 3, young Hoser. Snake
It was
charm, move
probably
your body like
just because you're white and Western, not even kidding. Can you imagine how funny it would be if I just like go as a Western? I'm just like, guys, I'm reporting for
like
Kashmir.
a snake, mama. Make me want to put the snake on ya. I'm on my 8th summer. Still hot, young's the 8th wonder. All I do is get bread, yeah, I take wonder. I take one of your chicks straight from under your armpit. The black
No,
Brad
no.
Pitt. I'm at till 6 in the a.m. All day I'm P.I.M.P.
No, stop.
I am simply attached to the track like simply. It's simply good.
ਕਰੀ ਨਾ
Young
ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ
Hope,
ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ
infinitely
ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ
hood.
ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
shit,
ਨੀ
it
ਤੂੰ
don't
ਹੁਣੇ
stop.
How hard does it go, guys? That's just hard.
Nigga, NYC, we don't stop.
It's so fucking hard.
ROC and we don't stop.
Hard as fuck.
Punjabi MC and we don't stop. It's your boy Jay-Z and we don't stop. Nigga, ROC, we won't stop.
ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਜਨ ਸ਼ਿਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਅਦਾਮਾ ਸ਼ਰਮੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ
Bounce, bounce, bounce. Yes.
ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਜਨ ਸ਼ਿਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਅਦਾਮਾ ਸ਼ਰਮੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਂਭ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਹੈ ਜੋਬ ਨੀ ਪਟਾਰੀ ਸਾਂਭ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਹੈ ਜੋਬ ਨੀ ਪਟਾਰੀ ਮੁੜ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣੀ
Yes,
ਬਹਾਰ
Ma, I ain't gotta tell you, but it's your boy Ho from the US. You just lay down slow. Catch your boy mingling, England, meddling in the Netherlands, checking in daily under aliases. We rebellious, we back home, screaming leave out.
What other Indian song should I put on? Just kidding. I think I would. Oh, this song, yeah. It's so hard, guys.
ਢੋਲਣਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁੰਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਲ ਸੁਣ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਆਜਾ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਢੋਲਣਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁੰਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਲ ਸੁਣ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਆਜਾ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਢੋਲਣਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁੰਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਲ ਸੁਣ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਆਜਾ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਢੋਲਣਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁੰਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਲ
It's hard, I like it, it's fun.
ਆਜਾ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਢੋਲਣਾ
We've got a song, inappropriate song. What does the lyrics mean? I don't even know what the lyrics mean. I've heard it before. It's good fun. What should I put on? What should I put on? Should we go back to proper analysis rather than me talking about dumb shit? Good question. Good question. Okay, guys, this is pretty funny. My dad was watching the stream and he said, "You're fucking retarded." I was like, "Come on, like I can go to Kashmir." And he said, "Why would it be funny, retard?" I think it would be funny. I think it would be funny. I still think it'd be funny, but I mean, he's raised a good point. He does raise a good point. Yeah, hey, says go back to proper analysis rather than shit posting. Okay, good point. Drew, have you heard of the Parsi people? I haven't actually. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to some real analysis. Okay, I might have Nicholas Decker able to join. Okay. Exactly. It would actually be journalism. It would actually be like really good journalism, don't you think? Okay, I'm gonna put Nicholas Decker on. I'm gonna put Nicholas Decker on. Okay. Okay. Chum 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 dun chum chum do da da da. Okay. Honestly, maybe I should go to Kashmir. Maybe just why not? Okay, Nick Decker. I'm gonna put him on. 1 second. I'm gonna get the invite link. Drew, do you know of any Indian business in Australia? There are a lot of them. You the goat, Drew. Keep pushing. We're gonna push hard, guys. We're gonna push very, very hard. I got Nick Decker. He's gonna come on the stream. It's gonna be very powerful. It's gonna be very powerful. If I came out alive after being chased by PKK terrorists in Diyarbakir, Turkey, you should be Sweden nuclear conflict. Did that actually happen to you, Eldinger? That's crazy. Was dealing with managers at work today and who were literally asking, how will your team function if offshore employees get nuked? Damn, that's pretty fucking brutal. Damn, that's pretty fucking brutal. Who's Hanu Mankind? Is he like a popular one? Okay. I'll have a look. Was your pod teased for FY pod? Yeah, dude, I'm going FY pod. I went on like the other day and it's gonna come out. I'm keen. Was your pod teased for FY pod? Yeah, I went on FY pod this week. It was good fun. Do you remember if Trump was president, this conflict never would have happened? So true. So true, guys. Nicholas Decker is going to join us very shortly. Oh, we've got Nicholas Decker on. Nicholas, thanks for joining us.
Hello, Mr. Pavlu.
Hello, sir. Do you have video?
Well, I'm outside walking at the current moment, and I have about 4 miles to go till I get home.
True. Damn, this is 4 miles.
So yeah, what do you say?
4 miles. That's pretty brutal. How come you're walking so far?
For the exercise and fresh air.
I mean, that's good. That is very powerful. When you get home, would you be able to potentially join with video?
Yeah, I could do that.
How about because I might talk a bit more about India, Pakistan, and then how long do you estimate until you're home?
Oh, about 45 to 50 minutes.
Okay, how about bro? How about in 45 minutes when you get home, you can join the live stream with your video, and then we can discuss your economics. I'll talk about a bit more about India, Pakistan, and then when you get home, I think
the India Pakistan is just a whole lot of nothing, but it's mostly Pakistan's fault.
I think you're right there.
Because the past, at least since '93, Pakistan has been committed to a policy of maybe not explicitly, doing it, but certainly tolerating the groups and for some reason, at least some people in the ISI have, I guess, the view that eventually, if you needle India enough, they'll give up. Now, I do think the objects of their squabble are rather pathetic. Nobody particularly cares about the Siachen Glacier. It puts one in mind of like two old.
The current round of fighting was triggered by the massacre in Kashmir of about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yes, with 28 people.
Yeah.
But the longer running thing is like some territorial disputes over parts of the countries that no sane, well-adjusted person would much care about.
I get what you're talking about. Like, there's a lot of territorial disputes in like the Himalayas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. How about for the sake of stream quality, when you get home, we'll do proper one with your video and everything.
Okay.
Okay, man.
Right,
you've got the link. So when you're about 40 minutes or so, you can just jump back on, and I'll have you on.
Okie doke. All right. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it, guys. That was Nicholas Decker. Nicholas is going to join in about 30 minutes or so, something like that. 40 minutes, I think. I'm just going to add that to the stream title. Okay, let's go back to the analysis. what do you guys think so far of the stream? I think the part dancing with the dog and the Indian music was actually really good fun, but I think maybe we need to get back to the proper analysis. I think that'd be important. I'm going to bring that up. Dun 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 da 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 dun 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 da da da. Hang on, I'm going to get my stream up. Okay. So this is it. The dancing with the dog was fun. Well said, guys. See, we have a fun audience here. We have a bit of a fun audience. Okay, let's look at this tweet by Anatoly. By default, India will win against Pakistan, whether it's a short, limited war or a total long war. At this point, there's just no comparison on any relevant industrial and military metric. India has 6 times the population advantage and is also 2 times richer per capita. Russia-Ukraine type ratios. But as we both know, Russia-Ukraine did not result in a quick victory for Russia. Stream's going well. You should probably have a few tabs and things ready to go. No, it's good fun. It's good fun. Drew, how's the situation going in Australia in regards to pro-terrorist demonstrations? There haven't been any big ones recently, but those guys are still out there. Have a one big outside factor is Chinese intervention. India's MIC crushes Pakistan, but 10% of China's military industrial capacity working for Pakistan evens out the disbalance. Furthermore, drones massively privileged defense. If China makes its industry preferentially available to Pakistan, then it could degrade into a long attritional war as in Ukraine. In this scenario, Indian armament and air superiority will become progressively less relevant. With the respective population, 1.5 billion to 50 million. 250 million for Pakistan is crazy. Ratio improves to 6 to 1 for Pakistan in younger age groups. Manpower will not be a limiting factor for either country indefinitely. Even nukes wouldn't necessarily resolve an Indian-Pakistani war that becomes total. The 150 odd nukes that both countries have would be sufficient to kill maybe 2 and 7% of Indians and Pakistan. I don't think that. Nah, that's bullshit by Anatoly. That he's being way too nonchalant when it comes to actual nukes. That's crazy. So Anatoly thinks that nukes would not be enough to collapse either India or Pakistan. That's bullshit, dude. That would kill so many people. I really think that's horrific. In the event this most extreme scenario happens, I expect it to end in full Indian conquest of Pakistan and the mass force conversion or expulsion. Dude, that's crazy. That's just insane. I think that's really over the top. Even if it was possible, which is very unclear, an Indian conquest of Pakistan would be like the USA conquering Mexico. There are some meals that you really don't want to eat. I mean, yeah, dude, it would be horrible. Who would actually want to do that? Thank you, Yusuf Dunphy, for being a Muslim of conscience, a Muslim with a strong moral backbone who doesn't just go along with the unthinking crowd. Yeah, no, honestly, I really like this Yusuf guy. Yusuf is a really cool guy because he actually opposes Islamist extremism as a Muslim. Good on him. Good on him. There's going to be a MEA presser at 10:30 a.m. IST, so in exactly 2 hours. If you want to find out what happened last night, that'll be the best place to find out. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the. This is my last. Why would it be funny? My dad says, "Why would it be funny, retard?" He thinks I shouldn't go to Kashmir. I mean, good point. Probably has a good point. Okay, I'll just share the live stream a bit. We've been doing pretty well today. We've got some good viewers. I appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Okay, let's see the latest. Pakistani drones have been hovering over Modi's hometown in Gujarat for the past 3 hours. And this is apparently, I think it's an Indian, I don't know, the Indian airbase has been destroyed in a targeted strike by Pakistan. I don't know. So I guess this is like a Pakistan source and it's just literally saying it's like total defeat or whatever. I can't really. India's a very chill and fun culture. I love working with them. I love it. You know what? I feel like Indian food. Maybe I'll go get a curry later. As I oppose Islamist extremism, I, at the same time, will keep speaking on behalf of persecuted Muslims like Uyghurs as an example. Well said, Yusuf. I really appreciate that, bro. This is apparently Pakistan in areas. Damn, it's scary hearing those pops. I heard that in Ukraine. Oh, shit. One Pakistani drone hit a residential area in India and injured a family last night. Do you do call-ins? Yeah, sure. I mean, I will have people in as call-ins, but I need to know who they are though. Yeah, the CCP is the modern day Nazi party. Well said. So this guy reckons that Pakistan has successfully neutralized India's military satellite. I don't know. He's saying that Pakistan's engaging in space warfare. Like, there's a lot of bullshit out here. Gee, Kashmir looks beautiful. It looks like trying to think about it. It looks very European, like the setting, the actual physical location. Wow, the Kashmiri valleys actually look really beautiful. Hey, they do look really beautiful. Yeah, it looks like Europe or Lebanon. That's actually, yeah, well said. It does look like, it looks very Mediterranean. Joint briefing by MEA and MOD on Operation Sindoor today, 10:30 a.m. IST. So let's see, that's 2 hours away. I appreciate everyone who's been tuning in, by the way, guys. Thank you so much. We've got 24 people on YouTube Live. If you guys are watching live, please make sure to hit the like button and share it around with your friends. I haven't seen a single piece of information from either side that seems legit, can be verified. Oh, dude, it's very hard to verify anything right now. Hey, it's very hard. Let's see what the retarded Islamists are saying. Just checking. Last 3 messages of mine have been disappearing in chat. Really? Why is that? I don't know why. The India-Pakistan events prove everything I've said for years that Iran should have done. Build a strong alliance with China, build nuclear weapons, immediately respond to that. That's so stupid. So fucking dumb. Kashmir is extremely beautiful. On approaching to Leh, you fly into a valley through these beautiful hills and it's incredible. Yeah, it does look really beautiful, I have to say. Indian military says it has actively begun large-scale mobilization of additional forces to the border, including activating its reserve territorial army. Do you know who Sheikh Solomon? He's been posting a bunch of unverified propaganda saying it on his space. Who's this guy? I don't know who he is.
Developments at this hour. Chaos has erupted in Pakistan after several explosions were heard. This comes a few hours after Pakistan launched a late-night attack on India's western states, which India's air defense...
I wish I knew what could be verified, right? So the Pakistanis were saying that 70% of the electricity grid of India was down. That's insane. That's obviously a lie, right? The alert for the territorial forces went out yesterday. Are you Jewish? I'm Greek, but I like Jewish people. They're cool. I've got a lot of Jewish friends. Delhi looks completely normal right now. Life is completely normal in Delhi. Nothing to worry at all. If China gets decommunized, not only would it be similar to the decommunization incidents that took place elsewhere in the world, like the Eastern Bloc of the USSR. That's from Yusuf. Thanks, guys, for tuning in, by the way. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to like and comment, share the stream around. Let's get some more viewers. Pakistani media now claiming that Pakistani hackers have hacked several Indian government and military websites. They're running off several names. Can't be expected to post all of them here. But yeah, that's what they are claiming.
Yes, holy shit, there's so much disinfo, hey. This is all the fault of the British. It would also be China's equivalent to denazification that took place after World War II ended. Yeah, that's true.
सोए हुए थे सेफ ही थे सेफ है अभी नहीं वो ये नहीं ठीक है सर ये सुबह 5:15 के आसपास हुआ हाँ ये शायद सिटी में पूरा पड़ा हुआ है सिटी में आने शुरू हो गया
Is 9/11 a banned phrase? It keeps auto disappearing my message if I include it. I don't know. Is it not? I don't know. Maybe the mod changed that. I don't know. Interesting. Dude, I wish I knew what was happening. It's so hard to go through the disinformation. Sheikh Suleiman. Oh, Sheikh Suleiman. Yeah, that guy fucking sucks. Hang on. I'm going to get him up. Oh, that guy. Suleiman Ahmed. If you'd said Suleiman Ahmed, I would have known. He's a fucking idiot, dude. Let's listen to his fucking stupid stream.
A long time.
Not at all, sir. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you and your family and everybody who's been impacted by this is safe in Pakistan. It's been a long night. It's been a long few days for Pakistan. I want to go to the panel. Does anybody have? I know it's a very, very glitchy panel, guys, and if you're being dropped, just request again, and we'll bring you right up again. I've seen some people who wanted to speak who've been glitched out. Please just request again, and we will bring you right up. Sundar, go ahead.
Yeah, just a small update. One pilot, I'm still waiting confirmation on this report, but one pilot by the name of squadron leader Ashish has been captured by Pakistan. The one that was shot down near Sialkot, and the female pilot, a female pilot who was flying the Rafale.
Sheikh Suleiman is like fully retarded, seriously. Pakistan just targeted India's airfield and completely destroyed it. Like, dude, everything he says is just basically a lie, hey. Pakistani cyber hackers have attacked the Indian military satellite and disabled it. Like, so true, dude. Should totally disrupt the space and call out Suleiman. I'll try, I'll request.
Indian news were brought yesterday. Today, I don't know, the days have merged into one. But Indian news broadcasted that a Pakistani pilot had been captured by India, and it was all over Indian news. Was that true or was that fake news?
No, I don't think so. That was true, because Pakistan has used aircraft in a standoff position from within.
I don't know how to request
border.
to join. Yeah, Suleiman Ahmed is that guy who tried to create the Christo-Islamic alliance with Nick Fuentes in going against the Jews. That was the most autistic thing I've ever seen. I gotta find that. That is so retarded that Nick Fuentes engaged with that. Like, really shows like he's fucking retarded. Suleiman, let me find that. I'm gonna bring that up on the stream. This like literally still goes down forever as one of the most retarded moments in like modern history. That was so fucking dumb, dude. Muslim Christian alliance takeover. Wow, bro, they're so based. They're so based, bro. Suleiman just rides any radical Islamist group out there. Yeah, absolutely. What was shot down near Sialkot was a Turkish drone. Drew, what would be worse, going to Kashmir and getting obliterated by missile, or getting press ganged into a Pakistani militia? Dude, I would not want to be press ganged. That would fucking suck. That would be fucking horrible, I have to say. Someone goes, Nick is based. Yeah, bro, he's so based. How based is the alliance with Suleiman Ahmed? So based, bro. So based. Reminds me of Candace Owens apologizing to Muslims 1 minute and justifying the Crusades and Inquisition the next. They're so schizo, dudes. These guys are so schizo. This is one of the most retarded things I've ever seen. Islam, Christianity, Zionism, wake up. The only reason why Islamic terror attacks ever happen is because, wow, the Zionists, bro. Fuck off. That part's not based. Yeah, dude, I think it's pretty bad that he tried to ally with insane, like, communist Islamists who fucking hate the West. I think that's pretty bad, isn't it? Drew, when can we talk about Jewish influence? I don't even want to be disrespectful. Let's have a respectful conversation. Just refute it and stop calling people names. Dude, you said that Jews invented communism. That's just fucking dumb. It's like just straight up bullshit.
This is pretty funny by Babylon B. The Ottoman sieges of Vienna in 1529 and 1683 were caused by Zionism. So true, Philip. So true.
Ban Emma. And he looks like.
No, he's saying AB.
I
did
did.
that.
Oh, he said you.
I got 100K in over 100K in surgery to look less Arab.
He's such a disgusting.
Very credible,
monster.
man.
The white guy said that.
That's what Badapada said about this guy, that he got 100K to spend to make himself look.
He's not even. The thing is, he's not even Arab, is he?
I don't know what the fuck he is. I think he's like a Neanderthal or something.
I don't know.
I think he's probably. I don't think he's developed all the way.
Was Marx not a Jew? Dude, Marx was like completely non-religious. Marx even had comments in his papers where he was like attacking Jews.
He's a very credible source of information.
Yeah.
Transgressive. So true, bro. Klungo, thank you, bro. Klungo, $10. Klungo return. I big smarter than Drew. I hide boogers in secret rooms so no one else can eat them. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Dude, it's cool. We've got I think we've had about $25 donated on the stream. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. This is an interesting case by Gordon. Pakistan's success against India looks like the result of Turkey's tech, not China's. I once said but I looked like a pedo on my old Twitter account, and I had to go private for a while because he jumped on my ass and started threatening me. Dude, he's crazy. He's fucking scary. While Marx did have some Jewish DNA with him, he still, however, attacked Judaism as a religion because he hated all religion. Yeah, dude. Like, Marx had anti-Semitic comments in his papers. Bill Clinton was actually existing economic populism, high taxes on the whole top quintile plus death penalty for drug kingpins. He had the source. Bill Clinton had the source. So did you see Russia's putting up Stalin statues in Ukraine? I didn't see that. Fuck, that's horrible. Stalin, Ukraine. Let's try find it. Oh my god, dude, this is a disgusting comment. It really is about racially Jewish. It's in the genes. That's fucking retarded, dude. In Melitopol. That's disgusting, dude. The Russian occupiers have unveiled a new monument of Stalin in the Ukraine. That's disgusting, dude. Stalin monument in the Ukrainian city of Melitopol. That's fucking sick, dude. Yeah, it's true. Karl Marx was quite anti-Semitic. He said Jews were capitalist exploited. That was him. It's pretty funny. If you cannot speak English, you cannot assimilate. If you cannot assimilate, you should not be in the country, not complicated. You're evil. Reported for violent threats and blocked. Where's the violent threat there? Oh, fucking hell, man. My God. Stalin killed so many Russian people. He was one of the biggest mass murderers in history, having murdered 30 to 60 million people. Yeah, sicko. Show the statue. I just had the statue on the stream. Hang on. I'll bring it back up. Hang on. Oh shit, sorry. I've got it on the wrong Twitch. Hang on. I had it on the wrong yeah. I hope Ukraine blows it up. I hope Ukraine blows it up. Trump to announce US recognized Palestinian state Gulf diplomatic source claims. Really? Holy shit, that's crazy if that's true. That's crazy if that's true. I don't know. Do you think this is true, guys? Donald Trump to announce US recognized Palestinian state Gulf diplomatic source claims. Love how you don't bandwagon and form your own opinions. Thanks, dude. I kind of have everyone from across the entire political spectrum hating me, but it is what it is. I literally just form my own opinions. I hate Russia. Yeah, dude, Russia's such a shit state, dude. Hey, one of the saddest things, like I generally do support India a lot geopolitically, but it's really sad that India geopolitically is aligned with Russia. Like that is probably like the thing that I just really can't stand. And look, the sad thing is, I understand like they were trying to like balance the West supporting Pakistan. I think the West was retarded to do that with Pakistan. Like I reckon it would be really good if the West was like, we will stop giving military aid to Pakistan. You guys, meanwhile, India cut off from Russia. Race as a concept is ill-defined pseudoscience that we're better off without. Australian census does not even record it. I think the Australian census should record ethnicity, like just for like census data. Trump says random stuff. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's pretty senile, I just have to say. Let's see what retarded Jackson Hinkle's saying. What the fuck? Elon Musk's dad, Errol Musk, on Jackson Hinkle's show? What the fuck, dude?
Buddy, I hope you're all having a great day. I've got an extremely special guest joining us today. Errol Musk. He is a former South African politician.
I hate this guy, man.
The father of Elon Musk. Mr. Musk, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm good, thanks. Just come back from the US, so I've got a bit of jet lag, so I look a bit washed out, but I'm okay.
How is the US?
Good, very good. Everything seems to be going really well there now, Certainly better than last year when I was...
Actually, let's watch a little bit of this.
Whom do you think
That was a good comment by Omi. Let's watch a little bit. I think Sarah Payne's really interesting. Let's have some intellectual content in the stream. We've had a lot of retarded shit. I think we should have some more intellectual content.
It'll be us. That pact poisoned U.S. relations with India for the duration of the Cold War. Putin is dumping all his ordnance on Ukraine. He is leaving Siberia open. It's not the question of whether the Xi-Putin bromance is going to end. It's when. Pay attention to what you're arming the Pakistanis. Whom do you think they're going to shoot? It'll be us.
I gotta say, Dwarkish does some really good stuff. I really like his podcast. Dwarkish is cool. I like to watch his podcast.
That pact poisoned U.S. relations with India for the duration of the Cold War. Putin is dumping all his ordnance on Ukraine. He is leaving Siberia open. It's not the question of whether the Xi-Putin bromance is going to end. It's when. Pay attention to what dictators say, because they've got to communicate at some level to their own populations. They quite often tell you exactly what they want to do, and you think, that's insane. Who would do that? Well, hello. I need to start with a disclaimer because I work for the US government and they require you to do a disclaimer. So the ideas that you're about to hear are my ideas. They don't necessarily represent those of the US government, the U.S. Navy Department, the U.S. Department of Defense, let alone the Naval War College where I work. Are we all good on this? All right. So today I'm going to tell you a story of three protagonists: Russia, the United States, and China.
Drew, do you know who Laura Loomer is? Of course I do. She's insane. But you know what? I want to say, it's actually cool to have Sarah Payne on to just watch something interesting, right? This is actually interesting stuff, Sarah Payne.
China, that all wanted to work their magic on India and Pakistan, which didn't exactly appreciate it. So two big topics. One is intervening in someone else's problems, a cottage industry for the United States. And also, before you do that, you really ought to check out the alignments. Who's the primary adversary of whom? How long has it been that way?
She says, so we've got someone saying this is the female Jeffrey Sachs. Is that true? I don't think she's anti-Ukraine. Or are you talking about Luma? Luma looks like Jigsaw. Yeah, Luma looks like Jigsaw, dude. It's scary as hell.
And also ask these questions about all the neighbors and anyone who might want to crash the party along with you. It's also a story of a series of limited wars. What's a limited war? It means it's for something less than regime change. So however it turns out, the governments that started that war are still in place. And two of them resulted in quick victories, the ideal in warfare. The first one was the Sino-Indian War of 1962, and the other one was the Bangladesh War of Independence in 1971. And these wars.
Let's say this, guys. I've got a Tibetan friend, and her father fought for the Tibetans in the battle for Chittagong in the 1971 Liberation War for Bangladesh. Really cool, really cool. They helped to end the genocide of the Bangladeshis by the Pakistanis. Honestly, that's really cool that the Tibetans literally fought for the Indian army in that war, and they did really well. They called them the ghosts of Chittagong.
Things in many short-term expected ways, and then in many long-term highly unexpected ways. So here's my game plan, and it's literally a game plan. I'm going to start out with the pivotal decisions made by different players that then, once they're made, a certain...
Sarah Payne's a really smart lady. She's really smart. I wonder what her education is, what her background is. Just quickly look her up. Harvard University Bachelor of Arts, and then Columbia University PhD. Damn, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool.
Things are foreclosed and certain things are possible. And this is the playing field that's delimited by these pivotal decisions. And then I'm going to look at the teams. Some allies were prime allies, others were subprime, and they mixed and matched over time. So then I'll do teams, and then I'll do the game, the interaction, and then at the end I'm going to do the plays, some of the techniques and things that you can do to play this game. Pivotal decision number one. When Mao won the Chinese Civil War in 1949, it didn't end. He also spent the next 2 years not only eliminating nationalist remnants, but also conquering Xinjiang and Tibet. Tibet had been autonomous since 1911.
That was a horrible thing, man. We want independent Tibet. We want an independent nuclear-armed Tibet. That's what I want.
When the last dynasty had collapsed, and Mao decides that he is going to reconquer Tibet. Tibet's an interesting place. It contains, I think, about 40% of China's mineral resources, so there's a lot of money being made in Tibet for those with the capital to invest in big mines. If you look at this map, the Han Chinese, a preponderant group of China, they dominate as far west as the Chongqing Basin and Sichuan. China has put large armies into Tibet exactly twice. Once under the Qianlong Emperor in the late 18th century, and they didn't stay for very long.
We have to free Tibet, guys. We have to free Tibet.
And then under Mao in 1950, and they have stayed forever and built roads so they could keep on sending more in. Between 1950 and 1957, China built a series of road systems through Tibet, and the western route there is the only one that provides year-round traffic. The problem with the other two is, well, check it out. They go through 14 or 15 mountain ranges. You need to go vertical up, vertical down, do that 14, 15 times. And then between monsoon rains and snow and mudslides are very difficult to maintain. And then the eastern one crosses the major roads, river systems of South Asia, so that's difficult. So only the western route is the really good one, and it's really important for the Chinese. If you want to conquer Tibet, you truly want that one. All right, so if you look at this, that western route provides not only the ability to control Tibet, but it also provides a pincer onto Xinjiang. If China wants to come in one way and the other way, it's a good way to get in. If you look on those two circles there, those are the disputed areas between China and India. The northern one is the Aksai Chin Plateau, which China has taken from India, and India still claims. And in the south is the Arunachal Pradesh, which India still owns, but China and the eastern route provides not only the ability to control Tibet, but it also provides a pincer onto Xinjiang. If China wants to come in one way and the other way, it's a good way to get in. If you look on those two circles there, those are the disputed areas between China and India.
You know what's crazy, guys? This entire, China claims half of this entire Indian province in the northeast here. And this is a really, really scary place because if you see this here, India has very little strategic depth to defend this northeastern province. There's that really, it can be cut off very easily. So that's where China is really, really threatening to India with its potential to cut off the northeastern provinces.
The northern one is the Aksai Chin Plateau, which China has taken from
Arunachal
India, and India
Pradesh.
still claims. And in the south is the Arunachal Pradesh, which India still owns, but China claims. So these are the areas that they're fighting over. But once China took Tibet, before there'd been a big buffer zone between China and India, right? There's all this Tibet, and no one could really get in there. Now China's built roads, so it can get into places where India cannot deploy troops until it gets into the road races with the Chinese. And so it reduces the buffer zone.
Chicken
between
corridor,
China and
yeah,
India.
exactly. They call it like the chicken leg.
Small Himalayan kingdoms of Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim. So it changes things. So that's pivotal decision number one, decide to conquer Tibet. Pivotal decision number two is the United States, in order to deal with the Soviet unions under Eisenhower, did what the wits back in the day called pactomania. What is that? It's forming all sorts of bilateral relations and also regional groupings in order to counter the Soviets institutionally and wall them in that way. And part of this was what was called the Northern Tier strategy, as seen in the Baghdad Pact, where you get Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Pakistan to form this thing, and it's to wall off the Soviet Union from the oil fields of the Middle East. And the other thing you should look at this map before it goes away, look where Pakistan's located, where you think it is, and then go to the east, and that's East Pakistan. In the 1971 war, there's going to be a civil war, and Pakistan's going to lose East Pakistan, which is Bangladesh today. So just keep that in mind. So as part of the sweetener for Pakistan to join the Baghdad Pact, the United States allied with Pakistan and gave them a big military aid treaty. And here's Nehru, the Prime Minister of India, and he is horrified. A military pact between Pakistan and the United States.
Lamayo Suleiman, breaking news: 2 Indian pilots taken captive. The proof: a bunch of guys running in a video of about 3 pixels.
Changes the whole balance of power in this part of the world. Affects us most, especially the United States, must realize that the reaction of India is going to be, you're arming the
Yeah,
Pakistanis.
China's been moving on Arunachal Pradesh. Yeah.
Whom do you think they're going to shoot? It'll be us. And the Indians were just appalled that we did this. And Pakistani part of the world affects us most, especially the United States, must realize that the reaction of India is going to be, you're arming the Pakistanis. Whom do you think they're going to shoot? It'll be us. And the Indians were just appalled that we did this. And afterwards, Eisenhower admitted it was perhaps the worst kind of plan and decision we could ever have made. It was a terrible error, but now we're stuck with it. Because what the United States is slowly discovering is that if you arm either India or Pakistan in this period, it's going to aim it at the other one. And so that pact poisoned U.S. relations with India for the duration of the Cold War and set up things in ways the United States ultimately wasn't happy with. Okay, those are two.
So that's why India has this whole, alignment with Russia, which is such a disaster. The West chose Pakistan in the Cold War. What a disaster.
Pivotal decisions. Now for a pivotal situation. It's really the devolving situation between Russia and China. Until Mao got atomic weapons in 1964, he really had to shut up. And because he needed Russian technological aid, he's been totally cut off from the West after the Korean War. He's being isolated. So he truly needs Soviet aid. And he also, if he wants nuclear weapons, he needs some of their aid to do that as well. So he has to keep his mouth shut. But once he detonates an atomic weapon, here's what he tells the Russians, and they just about lose it. There are too many places occupied by the Soviet Union. The Russians took everything they could. We have not yet presented a count of this list. Under the Tsars, the Russians took from the Chinese sphere of influence territory exceeding U.S. east of the Mississippi. Think the Chinese didn't notice? Yes, they noticed. So Mao all of a sudden is calling that, and the Russians are appalled. But Mao has other gripes against the Russians. Stalin, in the lead up to World War II, had made sure to set up the Chinese to fight Japan so that he wouldn't have to. So that leaves him just fighting Nazis, not Nazis and Japanese. And then Stalin takes Mongolia, which had formerly been a part of the Chinese sphere of influence. And in the Korean War, he's more than happy to fight to the last Chinese. And then during the Chinese Civil War, the Russians tell Mao, oh, stop, Yangtze, you need to take a little breather here. Because he wants a divided China, like the divided Germany he has, and then the divided Korea he's going to get. You want to be surrounded by these little broken states around you if you're a continental power. And then when Stalin dies and Mao wants to be senior statesman of communism, Khrushchev is appalled by that. Then Mao is appalled when Khrushchev does de-Stalinization because Mao has his own cult of personality. And then Khrushchev wants to do peaceful coexistence with the West while Mao is ramping it up in the Cultural Revolution. So there's no meeting of the minds. And then all this becomes very public when it hits the propaganda press of the communists of the Sino-Soviet split in 1960. All right, the Russians have their own gripes about the Chinese, and here's how they go. The Russians look around at the West and particularly the United States and go, wow, they got bases everywhere. The British have got bases everywhere. How come our allies won't give us bases? I mean, well, if you occupy Eastern Europe, the whole place is a base, but that's a different matter. So the Russians want the Chinese to let them keep a couple of remaining Tsarist treaty ports, essentially, and wants to expand them. And the Chinese say, forget it. And in fact, after the Korean War, when the Chinese have troops all up in Manchuria, which is where these bases were located, and there's a succession struggle going on because Stalin's just died, the Russians have to return the bases because there's just too much bad stuff happening where they live. And then what Mao does in 54 and 58, which just appalls the Russians, are these two Taiwanese Strait crises. What's going on? Mao is lobbying all kinds of ordnance on these islands that are owned by Taiwan that are very close to the People's Republic's shores. And the Russians are appalled. They are not consulted, and yet they have a friendship treaty that obligates them to join a war under certain circumstances. And the Russians are going, whoa, 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 there could be nuclear follow-on from this stuff. So the Russians then ask the Chinese if it's okay if they have a combined naval base on China's shores, and China says, forget it. The Russians are thinking, okay, well, then we're not going to give you any of the plans for the atomic weapon, and it all devolves. So there's no love lost on either side. And then what exacerbates these tensions is the Vietnam War, where China wants influence over neighbor Vietnam. That's pretty typical. But Russia wants influence over Vietnam to do a pincer on China, which China doesn't like at all. Meanwhile, both of them want to prove their revolutionary credentials by aiding the Vietnamese, North Vietnamese. So Russia's aid needs to come by train over China, lest the United States sink at the good stuff if it goes by sea. So the Chinese feel obliged to let it go through, but they're just hassling the Russians the whole time through. They take it apart, tear it apart, say that it was from China, and the Russians are just apoplectic. So their relations are getting worse and worse and worse, and the squabbling is just incessant. So it's not surprising that the Sino-Soviet border war of 1969 breaks out during the Vietnam War. And while all this is going on, this is one of the river islands. The Amur River forms much of their border, and this is one of the islands there, and there's much fighting over it. And the Russians come to us, the Americans, and say, is it okay if we nuke these people? And the United States says, no, there's no way it's okay to nuke these people. And Mao figures it out. The one that wants to nuke you, that's the primary adversary. So prior to that moment, the United States is the primary adversary of both Russia and China. Now with this...
It's crazy that, the Cold War, one of the hottest moments of the Cold War was literally Soviet v. China. Crazy.
They're primary adversaries of each other. It causes a reshuffling of the allies, and I'll get to that later. So, okay, I've done the playing field of these decisions that delimited it. But now I'm going to get to the allies, and some allies are better than others. And here we got Mao and Khrushchev. Look at these lovebirds. Boy, when that divorce took place, boy, did it mess up the extended family. Never mind. For my purposes tonight, I'm going to use the word alliance really loosely. If you sign a mutual defense pact, for my purposes tonight, that makes you an alliance, allies. And if you're a political scientist, you got something much more complicated, but forget it. I just can't handle it. So we're going to do it this way. All right. So Stalin didn't think much of Nehru at all. He thought he was a lackey of British colonialism. But Khrushchev thought India was really important to counterbalance China. And here's Nehru thinking about it. We have to be on friendly terms with both Russia and America. But actually, he felt much more in common with Russia. Why? Because he favored Fabian socialist economic policies that were much more akin to what's going on in Russia than was in the United States. Moreover, the United States was segregated, and which appalled Nehru. And in addition, the United States was cozying up to all the colonial powers. So Nehru thought the Russians were the better bet. While all this is going on,
Nixon told Brezhnev that they would nuke Russia in response to Russia nuking China.
the Indians were non-aligned, and they treated the Chinese really generously. And I've got a whole list of generosity. So India immediately recognizes China in 1950. Countries like the United States didn't forever. And when the San Francisco Treaty, I think it's signed 1951 in the United States, ending the war with Japan, India refuses to sign because China and Russia aren't there to sign as well. And then to help China break out of its diplomatic isolation at the end of the Korean War, India signs a friendship treaty with China. And as part of that friendship treaty, it recognizes Chinese sovereignty over Tibet. Under international law,
So
contrary
sad.
to what Vladimir Putin is doing lately, under international law, if you recognize someone's sovereignty over territory, that is permanent. You cannot back out of it legally under international law. So the Chinese promise, I don't know, there's some like peaceful coexistence or whatever. They're promising the Indians, but that has no permanence under international law, whereas this thing does. And then from 1960 on, the Indians are voting to seat the People's Republic of China, not Taiwan, on the UN. Meanwhile, in the background, all this road building is going on. Those roads are being built between 1950 and 1957. And the Indians aren't going to figure out until 1958 that the roads are there. Meanwhile, roads completed. The Chinese want to complete their control over Tibet. And so they're going to send big armies up there. And Tibetan culture is much more, it's of Indian origin. It's not Chinese origin. So this repression of Tibetan culture just appalls the Indians. And then 2 days before the People's Liberation Army is going to make it into Lhasa, which is the capital of Tibet, the Dalai Lama flees. He's the spiritual leader of Tibet. He flees to India, where he's remained ever since, to the absolute
I've met him. I've met the Dalai Lama.
horror and anger of China. So at about this time, the Chinese come to the Indians and say, look, why don't we do a swap on sovereignty? You recognize our sovereignty over that Aksai Chin Plateau where nobody lives, but it's really good for the roads, for China's western route. And then we'll recognize your sovereignty over this much more densely populated Arunachal Pradesh. And Nehru doesn't want to hear anything about it. So during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Russia is much too busy worrying about who's going to be lobbing nukes at whom, this is when China launches. And in the 1960 Sino-Indian War, and China just takes the Aksai Chin Plateau. The Indians are appalled, because they don't have any roads to be able to deploy up there, whereas the Chinese do. Their defeat is just total, and they can't believe the Chinese did this to them. Here's Nehru afterwards. There are not many instances in history where one country, that is India, has gone out of her way to be friendly and cooperative with the Chinese government and people and plead their cause in the councils of the world, and then for the Chinese government to return evil for good, and even to go to the extent of committing aggression and invade our sacred land. Who does this?
Well said, Mr. Nehru. Well said.
So I get it. The Chinese get the territory they want. That was the goal of that war. But what they've done is taken a country, India, which had its leadership terribly idealistic, not interested in becoming militarized at all, and making them angry forever. India immediately doubles the size of its army to within the next 10 years to up to 750,000 people, creates 10 mountain divisions useful against China, and they've never ceased being so angry. And then if you think about this, what if, instead of playing this game this way, China and India had teamed up? I would suspect we would be in a completely very different world order now if that is what they've done instead. But this is China's decision, not India's fault on this one. All right, so that wasn't great. So let's check out other possibilities. Once that happens to India, India is all of a sudden looking for Russia to counterbalance China. And you also have Pakistan wondering what to do. And what the Pakistani notice after all this, well, the Chinese are not going to be teaming up with India, right? They've just invaded the place. And so this is when Pakistan sees that China might have real possibilities as an ally. And Bhutto is going to play the China card for the nuclear chip, trying to get Chinese help for all of that. And here's what happens. So you have the 62 war, and then in 1963, Pakistan really inexplicably is ceding territory to China. Who does that?
So strange, eh? Territory ceded by Pakistan to China, claimed by India. Indian occupied since 1984. Aksai Chin, China seizes that. Wow. And then there's the line of control.
And there are various possibilities, but I'm surmising it's because it's going to be help on nuclear development. That would explain why you would give a lot of territory. But we don't know. There was supposed to be some mutual defense pact, maybe, and there's some other things going on. Anyway, you can imagine what it may or may not have been. Okay. In the case of Pakistan and China and India and Russia, they had quite a good relationship because the Pakistanis and the Chinese shared India as their problem, and the Russians and the Indians shared China as their problem, and that worked pretty well. But the United States was just a disaster from both India.
Bit of side tangent, but Indira Gandhi declaring emergency to stay in power is so funny because she sounds so calm and grandmotherly while she's basically making herself dictator. She's basically like the only female dictator I can think of in like modern times. It's very interesting.
And Pakistani point of view and vice versa, because the United States wanted to befriend both of them. But if you befriend one, the other is appalled. And so the United States wound up appalling everybody. And So what the United States wanted to have happen is for India and Pakistan to put aside their differences and then combine against China and stop communism from spreading. India and Pakistan want to use the United States for maximum aid to use against the other, which is a non-starter for the United States. And then Pakistan really would like it if the United States would be nice with China as well, because Pakistan wants to have good relations with the United States and China. And that's a non-starter for the United States until 1971, when there are secret visits and things going. It's later on. Okay, so in 1962, India gets trounced in this war with China. They look like they're militarily feckless. And then in 1964, Nehru dies. Right? He'd been the head of India since independence in 1947. He'd been there a long time, so he's dead. So 1965 for Pakistan looks like a good year to settle border problems. And so what they do...
Forgetting Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh, true. Good. Yeah, Bangladesh PM was also a female dictator. Yeah, good point. Good point.
It's first they invade through the south.
You know what's so interesting? South Asia seems to be the only place where there are female dictators. Really, just random fact, right? Very strange.
Way down the bottom there, Rana Kuch, and that seems to go...
Delb says, how's it going, Drew? Hey, man, thanks for joining. I disagree with you on a lot, Drew, but you're entertaining and have a cute dog. Have a good one, man. Well, thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching, mate. I don't know much about you. You said that I should work with Joel Davis, so I assume you must be from that part of the world, but I don't know. Thanks for watching. South Asia is the girl boss capital of the world. Facts. Maloney's not a dictator. Maloney's not a dictator. There was Sheikh Hasina, also coincidentally a daughter to a founding father. About to go to the pub, just dropping in to say hi. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it, Delbs. That's cool, man. Thanks for watching, man.
Go pretty well. And then they decide they want to go...
I salute you, Delbs. Thank you, bro.
Kashmir. And they do that. Well, the enemy gets the vote, and the Indians invaded straight through Lahore, which isn't remotely what the Pakistan... A good year to settle border problems. It's in 1947. He'd been there a long time, so he's dead. So 1965 for Pakistan looks like a good year to settle border problems. And so what they do is first they invade through the south. If you look way down the bottom there, Rana Kuch, and that seems to go pretty well. And then they decide they want to go for the thing they really care about, which is Kashmir. And they do that. Well, the enemy gets the vote, and the Indians invaded straight through Lahore, which isn't remotely what the Pakistanis had in mind.
If Kim dies, his sister will likely take over. His daughter is his heir apparent. Girl boss estate money. Dude, isn't it crazy? Like, Asia is the only place producing female dictators. Practice your Greek, Drew. Afghanistan.
And then the United States does a double arms embargo on both of them for doing this. And the problem is the Pakistanis are much more dependent on U.S. military aid. The Indians were more diversified, so they just didn't have enough spare parts to continue this thing. So it's a very unhappy event for them. They lose it. And what happens, neither the United States nor Russia wants either one of them fighting that war. The Russians are thinking, we want the military aid to go to India in order to counterbalance China, not to decimate the Pakistanis. And the United States doesn't want it either. So the United States is very happy that the Soviets broker the Tashkent Declaration that ends this war. But Pakistan is worse off after this thing. It is, and India has restored its reputation for knowing what it's doing.
I have stuff to do. Good night, sir, Drew. Thank you, Pickles, for joining, bro. I appreciate it. You've been one of the most dedicated watchers. Salute to you, Pickles. Thank you, brother. Thank you, King. We appreciate it. Thank you, King.
On the battlefield. So for Pakistan, the United States is really...
We salute Pickles LeBlanc. Thank you, brother.
Really problematic because we're interested in being nice to them when we want something out of them, and then we're not so interested when we don't want something out of them because we don't share a primary enemy. So what we really wanted were listening bases. The technology of the day was such that if you want to surveil the Soviet Union, you want to send these big U-2 planes over, and given their ranges, and you're not supposed to be doing it, and so we had U-2 bases, I think Norway, West Germany, Turkey, Pakistan, and then Japan. And in addition, we had a listening base at Badabar, and these are really important things for us during this period. So we're paying the Pakistanis a lot of money to get it. Except there was one of these U-2 planes gets shot down over the Soviet Union. They finally get so they can, because they fly at really high altitudes, they shoot it down. And Khrushchev is furious. He hauls in the Pakistani ambassador in Moscow and he goes, "Where is this place, Peshawar? We've circled it for us during this period. You're not supposed to be doing it, and staff interested in being nice to them when we want something out of them, and then we're not so interested in it's doing on the battlefield." So for Pakistan, the United States is really problematic because we're interested in being nice to them when we want something out of them, and then we're not so interested when we don't want something out of them because we don't share a primary enemy. So what we really wanted were listening bases. The technology of the day was such that if you want to surveil the Soviet Union, you want to send these big U-2 planes over, and given their ranges, and you're not supposed to be doing it, and so we had U-2 bases, I think Norway, West Germany, Turkey, Pakistan, and then Japan. And in addition, we had a listening base at Badabar, and these are really important things for us during this period. So we're paying the Pakistanis a lot of money to get it. Except there was one of these U-2 planes gets shot down over the Soviet Union. They finally get so they can, because they fly at really high altitudes, they shoot it down. And Khrushchev is furious. He hauls in the Pakistani ambassador in Moscow and he goes, "Where is this place, Peshawar? We've circled it on the map." And we're going to blow it off the map if you all don't wise up. And the Pakistanis are like, whoa, 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 whoa. And so between these sort of threats in 1960 about the U-2 and then the United States freezing arms in the 1965 war, which the Pakistanis believe that they lost it over that. Oh, yeah, and by the way, in that 1965 war, the United States had, when we provided arms to everybody, we said, oh, we will guarantee that no one uses it, that Pakistanis and Indians don't use it against each other. And of course, we could do nothing about that. And the 1965 war.
Yeah, dude, Sarah Payne is actually a really, really good intellectual. I really like watching this. It's really interesting to me. I'm learning stuff.
Pakistanis are using U.S. tanks to go after Indians in the largest tank war battle since World War II. So there are a lot of upset people in South Asia. But here is Ayub Khan, leader of Pakistan, telling the United States that the United States forgets that our security hazards and political liabilities have increased to a dangerous level due to this U-2 stuff. And we kept our part of the contract whilst the Americans betrayed us at every turn. They built up India against us. They failed to help us in the 65 war and finally stopped military aid. They think that we exist for their convenience and that our freedom is negotiable. Dream on. So when the lease came up for the listening post at Badabar in 1968, the Pakistanis canceled it. They're sick of it. Meanwhile, the Indians weren't too thrilled about the United States either. This is earlier when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president. Here's Mahatma Gandhi telling him Allied support for freedom and democracy seems hollow so long as America has the Negro problem in her own home. Indians were appalled by segregation. They knew exactly which end of the bus they'd be sitting on. So there are issues both ways. And in fact, Nehru and his daughter Indira Gandhi found the United States really impossible to work with. And they looked at capitalism as the way station to imperialism and fascism, whereas Americans looked at socialism as the way station to communism. So there's no meeting of minds on all of this. And so if you look at the alignments of primary adversaries, India and Pakistan, from most of the time, are primary adversaries. India is always Pakistan's primary enemy, but you could argue that with the 62 war, is it Pakistan or is it China who's the primary adversary of India? And then when you get to the 1971 war, which I'll discuss a little more in a second, where Bangladesh is broken off and then Pakistan has less than half the population, then you could argue that for India, China is the primary adversary. And then if you look at that reshuffling, if you also look at...
Yeah, man, I love history. I sometimes think about doing a PhD in history.
The 1969 war that reshuffles the nuclear powers. So formerly, Russia and China had shared the United States as their primary enemy, but after the 69 war, they're each other's primary enemy, and this gives the United States a swing position of team up with A or team up with B. And the United States teamed up with China to overextend Russia in the Cold War because I'd always felt that the Soviets were the bigger threat in those days. So anyway, as you're looking at alignments, you can apply this kind of framework to any country on the planet to try to figure out what's going on. And think about how alliances work. If I look at the World War II allies, probably one of the most effective alliances in world history, if you think about what people ultimately want, then the British want an empire in which the sun never sets, the United States wants to decolonize everybody, and Joe Stalin wants a communist wonderland. Those are mutually exclusive. But to get there, you have to go through the common way station of getting rid of Hitler. So the common existential threat can be a super glue of most unlikely partners. But let's look at the axis. What they want at the end of the war are spheres of influence in different parts of the world. So for Italy, it's empire in the Mediterranean, Japan in the Pacific, and then Hitler, it's all over Eurasia. That's not mutually exclusive. But if you look at the primary enemy who stands in the way of those plans,
yeah, dude, Sarah Payne's really good.
It's
I
Russia
really like
for the
this
Germans.
lecture.
And for the Japanese, it's first China and then the United States. None of it aligns, so they fight parallel wars and allow the Allies to take them out in detail. So when you're thinking about alliances in the world today, when you're wondering what's going on with Iran or whatever, figure out who's their real primary enemy. Get it straight. Does that primary...
Yeah, hey, send me it. Yeah, just comment the link maybe. Comment the link in the YouTube comments and I'll try to find it.
enemy is that an existential threat for them? So if you've got countries that line up on same primary enemy, existential threat for all around, the most unlikely people will cooperate. On the other hand, people who are very likely to cooperate, maybe like the fascists, they all shared this basic ideology, but if they don't have the same primary enemy and the same theater of interest geographically,
Which ones are you thinking about, Pickles?
the same theater, they may not cooperate very well at all. So you can apply this to anything you want to apply to. So back to my game here. If you're looking at the cards people have to play, the United States has lousy cards because we don't share primary enemies with anybody. So it's a stalemate. You help India, the Pakistanis hate you. You help Pakistanis, the Indians hate you. It's no win. But if you look at India and Russia share a China problem. That's good. They can cooperate on that. And then you have Pakistan and China. They share an India problem. They can make things happen over that. So there are cards for them to play and zero for the United States to play. It's just the way it is. So the name of the game and strategy is to get the outcome that you want to have happen. And it's like, how do you play this game of 5-person and 5-country cutthroat billiards to get remotely what you want out of it? So for the English majors among you, I have a metaphor. For the rest of you, you can just bear with us. Imagine a game in which every ball can be a cue ball. And players can take turns, come, leave, do whatever at will. Sometimes they'll cooperate some of the time, but they don't necessarily want to put the same ball in the same pocket. And so if that's the case, there's going to be no enduring cooperation. And understand that you want to have, your goal is going to be the ultimate shot you want to take, but as you're taking the intervening shots, people are going to try to disrupt it. How on earth do you get through this game? So this is what the next section is all about. So if you look at this map, and where Pakistan's located. It's this very strategic location in the center of, not quite center, but of Eurasia, the center of the Soviets' boundary there. And I'll give you a map. This is from Halford Mackinder. He's one of the most famous people to publish on geopolitics.
Oh, dude, I hate that world island theory. It's so stupid, but yeah.
Politics. This is his 1904 map. It's actually quite famous. And he talked about how Russia occupies the heartland. In his day, was all these railway systems. He thought that was the prime piece of real estate in the world. And then it's surrounded by this intermarginal crescent. You look where Pakistan's located. It's right in the center there, right up by Russia. And it's a really crucial location for before satellite imagery is available to put listening posts on Russia. Russia's huge. You got to have a bunch of listening posts to track their missiles and things. And then if you want access to Afghanistan, which when the Russians go there, we want access. And of course, when we go there, we really want access. So it's a strategic location. For the Pakistanis, the United States was so frustrating to deal with because we'd be on and off interested in them because we don't align on a primary enemy. So pre-satellite imagery, we really wanted to cozy up the Pakistanis, so we have U-2 bases. But then there's different technology change.
So people just come and watch this guy watch something on YouTube. Dude, we're just having a watch party, man. We're just talking about Israel. We're just talking about India, Pakistan. A lot of the viewers are interested in Sarah Payne. Someone suggested watching Sarah Payne's thing. I'm going to watch it. We're getting there's comments in the chat. It's good fun.
And before we get facilities in Iran, we want this listening post.
Hassan Pike away, dude. I don't think that I'm actually helping to spread educational content here. I think it's interesting.
But technology will eventually change. And then for a while, we truly want the Pakistanis to get the mail through to China when we're trying to break China out of diplomatic isolation and then cooperate again.
I appreciate it, Drew. You have a new fan. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man.
And Pakistan delivers the mail. But then we set up an alternate setup in Paris, go through embassies that way, and Pakistan is again irrelevant. And then when Russia's in...
it's not on 2-speed. I put it on 1.5. Just like, because it's a 2-hour lecture, I want to watch as much as I can.
Afghanistan, Pakistan is essential to get aid to insurgents to cause the Russians trouble. And then, of course, when we're in Afghanistan,
that's how normally
we really want to cooperate with the Pakistanis. And that works until we cap Osama bin Laden without telling Pakistanis in their territory, Abbottabad, and then relations are really not so great. And then when Russia's in Afghanistan, Pakistan is essential to get aid to insurgents to cause the Russians trouble. And then, of course, when we're in Afghanistan, we really want to cooperate with the
this is funny, right? Like, people getting mad at me for watching the Sarah Payne intellectual thing. It's like, no, dude, I'm literally trying to be like the Mirror Universe Hassan Piker. Like, time to get educated. Like, just go out and like listen to interesting people. This is the funny thing, right? Like, wouldn't you guys prefer that like I listen to proper experts and have interesting intellectual academics on and everything, like, rather than just doing what Hassan does, which is just like he just gets all his information from his chat? I don't know. Like, people can clown on me for watching an interesting lecture on my stream, but I'm interested in this. Like, this is a funny thing, right? Like, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd probably just be watching it just out of interest. So I'm like, okay, why not kill two birds with one stone? I'll watch it while on stream. We'll have the comments in the section. We'll have a discussion. It's interesting. Fuck, I'm not verified. Send me your Discord. Okay, guys, I'll just quickly send my Discord. Hang on, I'm going to post the thing in my YouTube comments. Okay, so the link to my Discord, I'm posting it. That's my Discord link.
Pakistanis, and that works until we cap Osama bin Laden without telling Pakistanis in their territory, Abbottabad, and then relations are really not so great. And
it really is an outrage that the Pakistanis had Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad right next to their military academy, and no one knew. So true.
So it's a very bumpy ride. And in these periods when we really need the Pakistanis, we don't pay attention to human rights or the really big one, nuclear proliferation. And so the proliferation is pretty steady. So if you look at after the United States having trouble negotiating all this so that whatever you do in the short term doesn't wreck you in the long term. But in order to get to the long term, of course, you've got to go through the short term. So after the U-2 crash in Russia or gets shot down and the Pakistanis are having a heart attack about that, that's when the Pakistanis look to cultivating better relations with China because the U.S. relationship is just too potentially costly and the Americans cut off the military aid. And then when the Pakistanis are being very nice about delivering.
Abby says, sorry, man, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Sorry. All good. I sent a friend request. Okay, hey, I'm going to respond.
The mail for Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger to line up invitations in Beijing. The United States is ignoring a humanitarian nightmare because all of this, that coincides with the 1971 Bangladeshi War for Independence. So let me explain what that is to you. So Pakistan was holding presidential elections. The dominant ethnic group in Pakistan are Punjabis. Sometimes the Sindhis, like the Bhutto family, I think they're Sindhi. But anyway, generally speaking, particularly the army, the Punjabis dominate. Bengalis with the 19...
Okay, let's watch the Bangladeshi
and then,
War for
when the Pakistanis are being very nice about delivering the mail.
Yeah, I think this is true by Lauma. It's good to watch together rather than alone to share opinions. Like, I think it's actually interesting. Like, think of it like a fucking reading group, right? Think of it like, we're all interested in geopolitics. Let's listen to an interesting lecture. Like, why not? It's cool. I like it. I'd be doing this by myself if I wasn't doing the stream.
for Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger to line up invitations in Beijing, the United States is ignoring a humanitarian nightmare because all of this, that coincides with the 1971 Bangladeshi War for Independence. So let me explain what that is to you. So Pakistan was holding presidential elections. The dominant ethnic group in Pakistan are Punjabis. Sometimes the Sindhis, like the Bhutto family, I think they're Sindhi. But anyway, generally speaking, particularly the army, the Punjabis dominate. Bengalis live in Bangladesh. They won the election. And the Punjabis are furious. So they send the army to start butchering people in East Pakistan to overturn the election. So there are refugees pouring into India. So this is the backdrop of what is going on there. And for anyone who wasn't in the know, the United States is saying nothing about this. The United States, there's this massive humanitarian crisis. The United States got nothing to say. The United States has something to say about everything. But it had to do with, this is the moment that Nixon is trying to get himself in.
Hang on, guys. This is really cool. I've got Haya sent through a piece of, an essay written by Jawaharlal Nehru, and it's interesting. Let me bring this up quickly. Yeah, dude, we're literally the reverse of Sam Parker. We're like actually studying this stuff, right? Like, because I want to actually offer an interesting insight, right? I don't want to just be a fucking idiot. I'm literally just going and listening to Sarah Payne for 2 hours. This is a funny thing. People don't realize, like, people think of me as a shit poster, but instead of just commenting on India, Pakistan with like zero knowledge, like, we just go and listen to Sarah Payne talk for 2.5 hours, and we'll listen to actual interesting stuff. That's it, man. Hang on, I've got this interesting. So this was written by Nehru, and we've got Haya sending this in. So thank you, Haya, for this. Let's see it. Hang on, I gotta make it so that you can read it. Can you guys read that? Or hang on, my thing's too. Hang on, I'm gonna try to change this around. Yeah, okay, that way you can read it. Okay, where do riches go? Jawaharlal Nehru, 1931. In my letters to you, which I sent to Missouri, I tried to show you how different classes of people developed as men advanced. The early men had a hard life, even to find food. They hunted and gathered nuts and fruits from day to day and wandered from place to place in search of food. Gradually, tribes grew up. There were really large families living together and hunting together because it was safer to be together than alone. Then came a great change, the discovery of agriculture, which made a tremendous difference. People found it much easier to grow food on their land by the methods of agriculture than to hunt all the time. Plowing and sowing and harvesting meant living on the land. They could not just wander about as they used to, but had to remain in the field, so grew up villages and towns. Interesting. We're doing some Nehru political theory. Agriculture also brought about other changes. The food that was produced by the land was much more than could be used up at once. This excess or surplus was stored up. Life became a little more complicated than it used to be in the old days of hunting, and different classes of people did the actual work in the fields and elsewhere. And some did the managing and organizing. The managers and organizers gradually became more powerful and became patriarchs and rulers and kings and nobles. And having the power to do so, they kept for themselves a great deal of the excess or surplus food that was produced. Thus, they became richer, while those who worked in the field just got enough food to live on. A time came later when these managers and organizers became too lazy or incompetent to do even the work of organizing. They did nothing, but they took good care to take a fat share of the food produced by the workers. And they began to think that they had every right to live in this way on the labor of others without doing anything for themselves. So you'll see that the coming of agriculture made a vast difference to life. By improving the method of getting food, by making it easier to get it, agriculture changed the whole basis of society. It gave people leisure. Different classes grew up. Everybody was not busy in getting food, and so some people could take to other work. Various kinds of crafts grew up, and new professions were formed. Power, however, chiefly rests with the organizing class. See, this is the opposite of the Hassan Piker streams, guys. We're educating ourselves. We're reading political theory written by India's, founding father, Nehru. You'll find in later history also how great changes have been brought about by new ways of producing food and other necessaries. Men began to require many other things almost as much as food, so that any great change in the methods of production resulted in great changes in society. To give you one big instance of it, when steam was applied to working factories and moving railways and ships, a great change was made in the methods of production and distribution. The steam factories could make things far more quickly than the artisans and craftsmen could with their hands or simple tools. The big machine was really an enormous tool. And the railway and the steamship helped in taking food and the products of factories quickly to distant countries. You can well imagine what a difference this must have made all over the world. New and quicker ways of producing food and other things have been discovered in history from time to time. And you would, of course, think that if better methods were used for production, much more would be produced and the world would be rich and everyone would have more. You'd be partly right and partly wrong. Better methods of production have certainly made the world richer. But which part of the world? It is obvious enough that there is great poverty and misery still in our country, of course, but even in a rich country like England, this is so. Why? Where do the riches go? It is a strange thing that in spite of more and more wealth being produced, the poor have remained poor. They've made sudden little progress. They've made some little progress in certain countries,
but is very little compared to the new wealth produced. We can easily see, however, to whom this wealth largely goes. It goes to those who, usually being the managers or organizers, see to it that they get the lion's share of everything good. And stranger still, classes have grown up in the society of people who don't even pretend to do any work, and yet who take this lion's share of the work of others. And would you believe it, these classes are honored, and some foolish people imagine that it is degrading to have to work for one's living. Such is the topsy-turvy condition of our world. It is surprising that the peasant in his field and the worker in his factory are poor, although they produce the food and wealth of the world. We talk of freedom for our country, but what will any freedom be worth unless it puts an end to this topsy-turvydom and gives to the man who does the work the fruits of his toil? Big fat books have been written on politics and the art of government, on economics and how the nation's wealth should be distributed. Learned professors lecture on these subjects, but while people talk and discuss, those who work suffer. 200 years ago, a famous Frenchman, Voltaire, said of politicians and the like that they've discovered that in their fine politics, the art of causing those to die of hunger who, cultivating the earth, give the means of life to others. Still, ancient men advanced and gradually encroached upon wild nature. He cut the forest and built the house and tilled the land. Men are supposed to have conquered nature to some extent. People talk of the conquest of nature. This is loose talk, and it's not quite correct. It's far better to say that man has begun to understand nature, and the more he has understood, the more he has been able to cooperate with nature and to utilize it for his own purposes. In the old days, men were afraid of nature and of natural phenomena. Instead of trying to understand them, they tried to worship and offer peace offerings as if nature were a wild beast, which had to be appeased and cajoled. Thus, thunder and lightning and epidemic diseases frightened them, and they thought that they could have presented only by they thought they could only be prevented by offerings. Many simple people think that an eclipse of the sun or moon is a terrible calamity. Instead of trying to understand that it is a very simple natural occurrence, people needlessly excite themselves about it and fast and bathe to protect the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are quite capable of looking after themselves. We need not worry about them. We have talked of the growth of civilization and culture. We have seen the beginnings of this when people settled down to live in village and town. The great quantity of food they got gave them more leisure, and they could thus think of other matters than hunting and eating. With the growth of thought, developed the arts and crafts and culture generally. As the population increased, people had to live close to each other. They were continually meeting each other and having business with each other. If people have to live together, they must be considerate to each other. They must avoid doing anything which might hurt their companions or neighbors. Otherwise, no social life is possible. Take a family, for instance. A family is a tiny bit of society which will live happily if its members have a consideration for each other. This is not very difficult as a rule in a family, as there is a bond of affection. This is not very difficult as a rule in a family, as there is a bond of affection between its members. Even so, it sometimes happens that we forget to be considerate and show that we are not very cultured and civilized after all. In the case of a larger family, in the case of a larger group than the family, it is exactly the same, whether we take our neighbors or the people of our city or our countrymen or the people of our countries even. So the growth of population resulted in more social life and more restraint and consideration for others. Culture and civilization are difficult to define, and I shall not try to define them, but among the many things that culture includes are certainly restraint over oneself and consideration for others. If a person has not got this self-restraint and no consideration for others, one can certainly say that he is uncultured. Look, that's actually that was an interesting read. I liked reading it. It was interesting. I think he was certainly like a smart guy, Nehru. I've got his book on the history of India. I haven't read it yet, but I do have it somewhere. Actually, let me get it. I'll show you some of the books I've got on India, guys. I need to get more, but these are some of the books I've got in India. I've got a book on Indira Gandhi. I haven't read it yet, but I do want to read it. I've got Jawaharlal Nehru, The Discovery of India. Again, I haven't read it, but it is on my list. And The Paradoxical Prime Minister by Shashi Tharoor. That's a biography of Modi. I started reading that in India. I got that at the airport in Delhi, actually. When I flew to India to meet the Dalai Lama, I got that from the airport. Unfortunately, I haven't read them yet. The library is maybe 1/3 read, and it's like a kind of like lifetime aspiration to read through all my books. It's like, that's my goal with reading, right? It's like you get books because you want to. You get books because you know that you have an like. This is funny, right? My library behind me is a testament to my own ignorance about the world. I get a book because I'm actually interested in it, and I say to myself, I have to go and learn about Indian history and politics. So go out and get books on Indian history and politics. And like, I haven't actually read all these books yet, but like, I have them on my shelf because one day I want to read them, right? One day I want to be able to educate myself on these topics. And I just get books on any topic that I'm interested in, which is like, a lot of geopolitical stuff, a lot of history stuff, a lot of politics. I do have a big literature section too. I once had people saying, can you give me a tour of your book section? I'll give you guys like a really quick overview, but this section's literature, kind of like that side there. And at the top I've got classics like Shakespeare and stuff like that. And then I go down and it's like Australian literature. So I've got Benjamin Patterson, the Bush Riders, Henry Lawson. I've got Les Murray, the poet. I've got Patrick White. I've got D.H. Lawrence's book Kangaroo. I've got Gerald Murnane, all his books. I've got Thea Astley. I've got some of the classics. So like Kings in Their Glass Castle, Wild Billy Boyles, For the Term of His Natural Life by Marcus Clarke. I've got Poor Fellow My Country. I've got all David Malouf, really cool writer. I've read one of his books, Jono, which is set in Brisbane. I've
I've got a lot of Peter Carey books. I'm about to finish True History of the Cali Gang. I had to read that for Australian literature class. It's a really good book. I love that book. Patrick White's novels. And then I've got, going down, I've got Richard Flanagan and Thomas Keneally and Frank Hardy, Power Without Glory. And Schindler's List, which is actually written by Australian author Thomas Keneally. So that's kind of like my Australian literature section there. And I love my Australian literature. Unfortunately, I haven't read it all. I love Murnane. I did an interview with Murnane. I've got a podcast on that. And then behind me, I've got kind of mainly history and politics. So this section is mainly American history. So I've got like all the LBJ books by Caro. I've got Power Broker. I've got Jill Lepore's recent historical book about the history of the United States. I've got about half of the Oxford collection on American history. And then I've got some works on like political theory. So I've got like Main Currents of Marxism by Leszek Kolakowski. Really interesting thing. I've got Patrick J. Deneen, Why Liberalism Failed. I've got Alexander Lefebvre, Liberalism is a Way of Life. I've got Hegel. I've got Dan Acemoglu and James Robertson. I really love their stuff, Why Nations Fail. I've got Fukuyama. Some of my Fukuyama books are on my table because I'm still reading them. And then I've got my China section, and I've got, Maoism on Xi Jinping. I've got memoirs by Zhao Ziyang. I've got The Death of Mao, Xi Jinping's writings, Chinese thought, Alex Joski's book on the MSS, the Ministry of State Security, which is like China's intelligence services. Invention of China by Bill Hayton, like the start of Chinese nationalism. I've got Richard McGregor, The Party, which is a book about the Chinese Communist Party. I've got Kevin Carrico. I love Kevin Carrico. His book on Hong Kong nationalism. I've got memoirs from the Cultural Revolution. So Jia Zanlin, The Cowshed, Memories of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. And that's by New York Review of Books. They're a great publisher. I've got Frank Dicotta's 3-part series on Mao. And I've read the first two books. I'm like a quarter off being finished the third one. And then he recently just published this one. I haven't read it yet, China After Mao. So that's his like history of the People's Republic. I've read 2.5 of them. I've read like 2.5 out of the 4 books. Louisa Lim on Tiananmen, Henry Kissinger on China. That's a shit book, to be honest. Kissinger had a lot of like cringe Orientalist ideas about China. I've got this great book, Barbara Demick, Eating the Buddha. And I think that's one of the greatest books, I think, on contemporary Tibetan politics. The World of the Uyghurs. So this is about the Uyghur crackdown by Sean R. Roberts. I've got a small section on Tibet. So Dalai Lama, My Land, My People, Tibet. I found this at the book fair, which is really cool. The Third Eye, the autobiography of a Tibetan Lama. Really interesting. It's an old book. Actually, Roger screwed it. I'll put that in my political theory section. And then behind me, I've got a bit of literature. Like my literature section overflowed a bit. So I'm talking about, above is Australian literature. As I go down lower, it's more like world literature. I've got my Cormac McCarthy section here. He's one of my favorite writers. Cormac McCarthy is a genius. I just ran out of space. So unfortunately, it's not like categorized properly by theme, but I've got James Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, Dubliners. I've got Virginia Woolf To the Lighthouse. I've got Moby Dick. I've got Kierkegaard, Kafavi. Kafavi is a really interesting like LGBT Greek poet who is from Alexandria, and I've read some of his poetry. I think he's a really interesting poet. This was a great book. I finished this last year. Joshua Cohen on the Netanyahus. That's a really interesting book, and it kind of just like gives you a really good oversight between like the factions in Israeli politics, between the kind of like Israeli left and then the really hardcore kind of like Jabotinsky type followers of the Israeli right. But to be honest, like I came away from that thinking I can understand the Israeli right more. Not that I endorse them, I'm opposed to them, but I could understand it a bit more because you understand like, the elder Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu's father, his entire career was like studying the Spanish Inquisition. He really believed that anti-Semitism was just like a core feature of the world, and no matter what, nothing the Jews could do would stop anti-Semitism. They just had to have their own state. And I mean, he developed that view in response to the fact that they were massacred in so many different countries and persecuted in so many different countries. I've got a bit more on American history here. Again, unfortunately, it's not really properly categorized. I just kind of ran out of space, but I've got like Vietnam War by Ken Burns. I love that series. That was such a good series. This book, Vietnam, An Oral History of the War from Both Sides. I got that when I was in like grade 4. I've always really been interested in history. I was like a bit of like a autistic Aspen kid who was really interested in history. I got The Prize, The Epic Quest for Oil, Money and Power. I've got to read that. I think Dwarkesh has done a podcast with the guy who wrote that, Daniel Jurgen, really interesting. I've got On Grand Strategy by John Gaddis. And then I've got like Peter Frankopan, The Silk Roads, Oppenheimer, his biography, which the movie is based on, Huey Long, really interesting populist politician in America. And then this is funny. I mean, I just got some lefty theory here, and I didn't really have a place to put it. But Perry Anderson is an old British Marxist, but he's actually like one of my favorite political theorists. Even though he's a leftist, he's a really good writer, and his breadth of knowledge is just insane. So obviously, I don't like his like Marxism, but just he is literally a walking encyclopedia, and I think he's probably one of the most impressive intellectuals living today in the world. So I've got my Perry Anderson books, and then funnily enough, his brother is Benedict Anderson of the famous book Imagine Community. So I've got that together. I've got some Adorno here, Aesthetics and Politics. I had more Adorno, but I've taken that off the shelf because I wanted to read it. Where's the Adorno? I also have Dialectic of the Enlightenment. That's something I've really wanted to read for a long time. So I've got that on my desk. I've got like about 20 books just piled on my desk that I want to read. Unfortunately, I ran out of space. This was really supposed to be my Russian section, but I got Life and Fate by Vasily Grossman and Imperium by Kapuscinski. Really interesting books. Going down. And then going down, I got, hang on, I'll show you. So going down, I've got, this is just, I guess, again, I kind of ran out of space, but got Hitchens, Arthur Schlesinger, The Life of Andrew Jackson, Truman, a biography, biography of Obama, Obama's memoir, Obama's early memoir, biography of Mandela, biography of Edward Kennedy, I think his memoir. Two, A History of Our Time, which is Oxford History Collection on the US. History of the British People, Stasiland, book about the Himalayas and China's oppression of the Himalayas, Steve Jobs. Again, unfortunately, I just kind of ran out of space here. Tom Holland's Dominion, really good book. I've got a Christian section here, so like T.S. Eliot, Idea of a Christian Society, The Orthodox Way by Metropolitan Callistos Ware, really interesting guy. C.S. Lewis, I like his books. A New History of Christianity by Charles Freeman, I'm halfway done that. Christos Tsiolkas, this is actually an Australian literary writer who wrote a book about Christianity. It's really interesting. He's not a Christian himself, and he's actually a gay man. But I thought his book was a really wonderfully humane like account of Christianity and the early years of Christianity, and just how radically revolutionary its idea of human equality was. So I thought it's such an amazing book, Christos Tsiolkas. I actually put it in my Christian section. Pope Benedict writing on Jesus of Nazareth. I've got a bit more political theory here. Road to Somewhere by David Goodhart. How Democracy Die by Levitsky and Ziblatt. David Runciman. I used to love, when I was in university, I used to love watching Runciman's podcast with Hannah Clark, I think it is. Talking Politics. That was such a good podcast back in the day. Conservatism, Martha Nussbaum. Alasdair MacIntyre on ethics. Hannah Arendt. What else? I'll show you. This is probably my most interesting section. So up there, I've got, hang on. This is interesting. Why not? I'll just give everyone a library tour. Oscar Wilde, Dostoevsky, all the Dostoevsky novels, Tolstoy, Gibbon, Conrad, Tocqueville, Democracy in America, a biography of Pessoa, who's like a really interesting modernist Portuguese poet. I've got poetry. I did a class in poetry at UQ, and like I won the UQ poetry prize, and I actually like got like top marks in this poetry class. But when we studied a lot of these guys, not T.S. Eliot, but I got his book. We studied Yeats, Emily Dickinson, Thomas Hardy. Great works of literature, great poems. Why Sakassi? I studied that in English literature at UQ. I really like that one. A League Whistle Night. I've got Ernst Junger's Storm of War. Tabucchi, Pereira Maintains. Really good novel, that one. Camus, Jean Baudrillard, Sartre, Kafka, The Last Temptation by Nikos Kazantzakis, C.P. Cavafy, The Myth of Sisyphus, again Camus. And then I've got my biography section. So I've got a biography on Schmidt, and the reason I've got that in such a pride place position is because, unfortunately, I think we're living in the time of Schmidt. I think increasingly, just friend-enemy distinction, that's like what a lot of lefties love, and what a lot of fascist lobbies love it. So I think to understand Schmidt is a good way to understand our current time period where, unfortunately, far left and far right love putting people into the friend-enemy distinction. Got some World War II memoirs by Field Marshal Montgomery. Robert's biography of Churchill, best biography on Churchill. Winston Churchill's writing about his own father. Kershaw, Scarratti's book, Son of the Century. Such a good book. That's such a good novel about the rise of fascism. Then you got like Kershaw on Hitler. Again, that's the best like kind of volume, best historical book on Hitler. Stalin by Kotkin. It's sad. These are really old books. I've had them for like 6-7 years now. So unfortunately, they've just been bleached by the sun, I guess. But Andrew Roberts, Napoleon the Great. I love that. That was one of my favorite history books. I read this last year. Really interesting. A Certain Idea of France by Julian Jackson on the life of Charles de Gaulle. Really interesting. And I'm glad I read that because now we're again in the time of de Gaulle, where like American foreign policy cannot really be trusted. So I think having read that biography of de Gaulle, it gives you a bit of a leg up, I think, in understanding geopolitics today and why Europe has to basically take on its own kind of like strategic position. What else? I've got Nixon. I've actually almost finished this book by Tariq Ali, who's like a leftist writer on the dilemmas of Lenin. That's like a hagiography of Lenin. You have to study the left to understand. You have to study your enemies, right, to be able to defeat them, like the far left. This is fun. I like showing people what I've been reading. Solzhenitsyn. I like some of the theory from Verso, like leftist publisher, but it's pretty interesting. There's this Franco Berardi was a leftist who wrote a theory of like why there's all these school shooters in America. Again, now I've got the correspondence between Churchill and Roosevelt in World War II. I found that at the book fair, one of my best ever collection items. Kershaw, Orwell, Zamoyski's biography of Napoleon, Herodotus, Lasser, LBJ, The Shining Path, craziest Maoist group in the world. Andrew Roberts on World War II. And then this is a bit of a Australian section here. Fatal Shore by Robert Hughes. Thomas Keneally, History of Australia. And then Geoffrey Blaney on the History of Australia. Then Demon's Land. Liberal Theory here. Actually, I'll put that in my theory section. By Adam Gopnik, 1,000 Small Families. Baudrillard. I've got Baudrillard and Kolakowski. Really cool intellectuals. I love both of those guys. Kolakowski's fucking epic because he wrote a book he wrote like an essay where he basically was saying like my correct thoughts on everything, and I was like, that's funny as fuck. He was funny. This is my Russia section. So Timothy Snyder, love Snyder. The New Tsar, Downfall, which is about the Gherkin. No, sorry, not Gherkin. Prigozhin's coup attempt. Crazy stuff. This was a pretty good biography of Putin by Masha Gessen, The Unlikely Rise of Vladimir Putin. The Oligarchs, Wealth and Power in the New Russia. Carrere on Limonov. Limonov was like a founder of like the new Russian fascism, Solzhenitsyn. And then I've got like a book on LBJ's foreign policy. I've read this book on a biography of Peter Thiel, interesting book, The Contrarian. I've got some more American politics stuff here. Fear by Bob Woodward, Maggie Haberman's biography of Trump. Trade Wars are Class Wars. Like that's a pretty relevant book these days. Good biography on Keynes. I've got Piketty. Unfortunately, I haven't read those, but it's on the list. To the Finland Station. I've got a lot. The funny thing is, I've got a lot of leftist literature, despite hating like the far left. Right? You gotta like study these guys if you want to oppose them and you want to beat them. What else? This is interesting. This is funny. When I wanted to oppose Islamism more effectively, I like literally went to like the prison. I literally went to like the academic publishers online and like literally just bought like proper academic texts on Islamism and the history of modern Middle East and stuff like that. Because dude, I'm not like Hassan Pug. I literally do try not to just speak out of my heart. So this is a really good one. A History of the Muslim World, Princeton Reading of Islamist Thoughts, Islamist Political Thought by Princeton, Sunnis and Shia by Princeton University Press, The Rise and Fall of the Shah, The Terriers by Lawrence Wright, The Fall and Rise of the Islamic State by Princeton, ISIS: A New History by Princeton University Press, Boko Haram, Raqqa Diaries. That was a really interesting account of living under ISIS. Salman Rushdie, the Satanic Verses. You've got to have that there because they tried to kill him for it. Kylie Moore Gilbert, her account of being a hostage in an Iranian prison for 2.5 years. I want to have her on the show, actually, Kylie Moore Gilbert, The Uncaged Sky. I've actually got books on the Israel-Palestine conflict from a more sympathetic position to the Palestinians because, like, I do try and read more widely. I think people who hate me might be a bit more surprised if they see my library, right? Because they just see me as like a polemic and an annoying guy, but I do actually try and read much more than people see. Ian Black's book, Enemies and Neighbors, that was a pretty good account of the Israel-Palestine conflict and the history. Looming Tower by Lawrence Wright, that's a really good account of like Saeed Qutb and his influence on Al Qaeda and the rise of Islamism, how it led to 9/11. Sean McMeekin on the Ottoman Endgame, Revolutionary Iran. Ed Husain's book, basically how he was part of the Hizb ut-Tahrir cult. That is such a good book, by the way. I'd love to have him on the show sometime. Ed Husain, the Islamist. He's so interesting. That was such a good book. That's how I learned about how fucking psycho Hizb ut-Tahrir is and how it needs to be like fully banned in the West. Because this guy was part of it, Ed Husain, and he just basically talks about his journey of de-radicalization. This is actually a section I really like here, guys. This is like my sort of Latin American literary section. And again, maybe people would be surprised about this, but I actually really like this shit. So I found this book, Santa Evita, that's really interesting. I've got a couple books by Mario Vargas Llosa from Peru, really interesting writer. I've got he's not from Latin America, but I guess he's like a sort of like part of like the Latin culture because he's a Portuguese writer. José Saramago, I really like his books. I really love the book Cain. I started The Gospel According to Jesus Christ. I still want to read it. I just got distracted because I've got ADHD. I've got Gabriel Garcia Marquez. I've got Borges. And my favorite writer, one of my favorite writers in the world today, I mean, he's sadly dead, but one of my favorite ever writers is Roberto Bolaño. So I actually finished 2666. That's a really interesting and good book. I finished Monsieur Pain. I finished By Night in Chile. Really good books. And then I've got more Russian literature. So I've got Svetlana Alexeyevich's Secondhand Time. Such a good book. If you want to understand contemporary Russia, you have to read Secondhand Time. Such a good book. I've got Last Witnesses, Unwomanly Face of War, Boys and Think, Chernobyl Prayer. I've read portions of all of them, but unfortunately I haven't read cover to cover. Actually, I'm interested. What do you guys think? Do you think you have to read cover to cover to fully finish a book? So if you ask me how many of these books have I read, if you were talking cover to cover, maybe a third, but if you're asking at least reading portions of it, probably more than half I've read. I don't know. There are some people who are really chill about reading. I know Tyler Cowen basically says just read the parts of a book that you're interested in and then just literally drop the book if you don't care. And that's how he reads 3-4 books a day. But I'm a little bit more OCD about it. If I start a book, I do really try finish it cover to cover. And so that's my intention when I'm reading a lot of the time. And that's why if you go to my Goodreads, I've got 200 books that are half read. And that's because they're books that I've read portions of, maybe read half of the book, but I never got around to finishing it. And it's not even because the book's bad or anything. It's just I have ADHD. I get interested in so many different topics. I've got Ulysses by James Joyce. I've got Gogol, Dead Souls. I've got Houellebecq. He's a funny writer. He's pretty mental. Milan Kundera, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. And then Coetzee. I really like Coetzee. He's a really good writer. I've read a couple of his novels. Disgrace is a really good book. Age of Iron is a really good book. I've got Eden Mishima. Doggy, don't eat that. And then, just some general history books. And then I've really got an Australian history section. So memoirs by Australian Prime Ministers Kevin Rudd, books about Keating, books about the history of Victoria, history of Queensland, Whitlam government, Labor in Queensland, Democratic Labor Party. Got a book on Anthony and Churchill, Asquith. I've got books by Winston Churchill that he wrote himself. Australian Legend by Russell Ward, Bob Catter's book, David Malouf, books about Menzies, books about Hawke, Dreamers and Schemers by Frank Bongiorno. That's a really good history of Australian politics. Book on Deakin, a book on H.V. Evatt. I've got a couple books on H.V. Evatt, actually 3 or 4. Really interesting figure in Australian history. He literally was one of the founding figures of the UN, and probably one of the smartest men who was right at the top of Australian politics and never became prime minister. Unfortunately, in his last years, he kind of lost his mind and he fell for a lot of Soviet propaganda, which is a really sad thing. But when he was in his youth and he was in his prime, he was an incredible thinker, probably one of the smartest men in the history of Australia. And it's really amazing that we had somebody right up there. It's amazing. We've actually produced some really amazing legal figures in the history of Australia. There have been a lot of scholars who've said that in the history of the Commonwealth law legal tradition, a lot of the very, very top figures are actually Australian. A Kevin Rudd book, The Epstein Guy, yikes. No, that's stupid. Kevin Rudd's actually an interesting thinker. Gough Whitlam, Latham Diaries. Can't go past the Latham Diaries, if you can see. I just took out some of the Indian books, so that's why there's a big gap in there. I've got a biography of Disraeli. I've got books by Slavoj Žižek. The Doggy is Eating My Fingers, if you can see. I've got books by Santa Maria. If you know him in Australian politics, it's pretty interesting. I've got a cancelled section down there. I've got stuff by Julius Evola, even though I hate Evola. I try and read the far right as well. I've got books by the far left and the far right in my library. I've got books by Xi Jinping. I've got books by Mao. I've got books on Joe Peterson. That's interesting. In my contemporary literary section, I've got like Northgard. His books are really interesting. George Saunders, Alexis Wright. She's an Australian Indigenous writer who's been tipped that she might win the Nobel Prize for Literature one day. Same with Gerald Bernayne. He's an Australian writer, and he's been tipped to potentially be a Nobel Prize for Literature winner. He was actually the #1 candidate by the bookies at the last Nobel Prize for Literature session. I've got like Infinite Jest. I've got Thomas Beattie, the Sellout and Slumberland and stuff like that. Thomas Beattie's a really funny writer. I really like the Sellout. Really funny satire of like American politics and race and everything, racial relations. What else? I've got Jonathan Franzen. I've read Freedom by Jonathan Franzen twice. Really good book, actually. It's funny because we're very different people, Jonathan Franzen. He's kind of like maybe a prissy environment. He's maybe more of like a prissy environmental liberal, but really good writer. I like his work. Larkin's like my favorite poem. I've got some books by Larkin. Yeah, Larkin's like my favorite literary poet. He's really funny. I love his famous poem. They fuck you up, your mum and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. It's a good poem. And then going down, I've got like Maya Angelou. People laugh at me for that, but it's, she's a good writer. I've got what's her name? Sorry. I've got H.P. Lovecraft. I've got Umberto Eco. I've got Italo Calvino. I've got Ali Smith, Sally Rooney, Simon Armitage. Simon Armitage is one of my favorite poets, actually. He's a contemporary writer in Britain. I've got some Mishima. Oh, shit. I just see Nicholas Decker's here. Okay, I'm going to get Nicholas Decker on. I'm going to finally get him on. Wait, oh my God. Lose the books and get some real life experience on a building site. Dude, come on, man. Like, what's wrong with fucking being interested in books? Nicholas, I'm going to bring you on in a second, bro. One second. I only did that because I've had a couple people actually ask me over the years, like, can you do a bookshelf tour? Okay, Nicholas, let me put Nicholas on. Nicholas.
Yeah.
Hey, man, how long have you been here? Sorry about that.
About 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, dude. Sorry. I was doing a quick bookshelf tour. Nicholas, you should share the link to your followers as well so that they can join.
All right.
Hang on. I'll get up your Twitter so that we can have some very interesting discourse. Thanks for joining, by the way.
I can quote tweet it.
Yeah, that'd be good. Hang on.
I was just tweeting about teacher performance evaluations.
So are you doing like tutoring then?
No.
No, you're not at that stage of your university career. You're doing a PhD now?
Yeah, I'm doing a PhD now.
Oh, cool. What year are you into your PhD?
2 years.
Oh, cool. And you're like 24, 25?
24. And I'll turn 25 in October.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. I think we're like the same age. I'm like 1 year older than you probably. I'm 99. What about you?
2000.
2000. Okay, yeah. All right. I'm getting up your Twitter and I'm going to put it on the screen while we can talk. And I'll just I'll literally quiz you about some of your like recent controversial pronouncements, and it'll just be interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hit me.
And I know you went on Hanani's podcast, which is really good as well. I'm going to say straight up, I disavow Nicholas's calls for assassination. I want to still be able to visit America. I disavow, but yeah, we'll get into it and you can talk about it, Nicholas.
Okay.
Have you? Yes. Share the link. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'll quickly post that we're together, and then I'll put it up. Nicholas. It's great to have Nicholas Decker here. Very controversial young thinker. You've been blowing up on Substack. Part of that is like you've made some very controversial pronouncements in recent weeks and months. And we'll discuss this. I've had a lot of people in my stream going like, get Nicholas on. And I was like, yeah, okay. Live stream with Nicholas. I'm just going to quickly post the link to my Discord and my Twitter as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I'll start going through and like actually asking you questions about.
I think that's a fairly good format, I'd say.
Yeah.
You'll note that my last tweets have largely been going over trade theory papers because I'm making
Yes.
a sort of like lecture. I made a reading list for the bright and ambitious undergraduate student, which I highly suggest that you read through. I think you could read through it in a month of, you know, fast reading. But yeah, it was just like making a series of tweet threads that serve as sort of like lecture notes or just commentary, not really replacing it. I don't think that you can understand the essence, but I generally find it very helpful to have like a plain language intuition for a lot of papers. It really does make understanding the math easier if you understand where it's going. And in some cases, the paper already does give that intuition pretty well. So I'll just comment on other things. But yes.
Hang on, I'm just quickly sending it to my Discord to get everyone on as well. Cool. Okay, it's interesting. I was basically I was talking about is India Pakistan for 2 hours, and then I got you saying that you would come on, which is cool. And then while we were waiting, I was just doing a quick bookshelf tour.
I
Okay.
saw.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so we'll go through your tweets. Okay, so Nicholas Decker. Okay, so Nicholas, just quickly for people on Twitter, you will need no introduction because you've been blowing up on Twitter. I mean, how many views did you get in the last month when you made that that post about Trump? Like, how many?
I don't know, but it's in the tens of millions at this point.
Yeah.
I haven't. You know what? I can actually look up the stats now out of.
Yeah, why not?
Some
it'd be interesting.
Curiosity.
I've got a comment by hey, I actually have the book by Calvino, If on a Winter Night, a Traveler. I do have that. I actually want to read that. Tell us your stats. I'm interested.
How do you find that?
Should be in your, if you click like the big X premium, you've got premium, do you?
Yes.
So if you click on premium,
I see. Analytics, got it.
And then go to analytics.
It's been over I assume this is the past. Oh, that's the past 7 days. So I'll go back 4 weeks. It was 33.7 million impressions.
Damn.
And there were 33,500 replies.
Fucking hell,
which is up 3,000%.
Yeah, gee. And okay, and with your posts, I'll let you discuss it because I as a non-US citizen who lives overseas, like if I say anything about it, I'm literally gonna get banned from traveling to the United States. So you can discuss it and just tell people what you were saying and why it became so controversial.
Well, I think that this present administration is a malignant evil and is one of the more profound threats to American democracy that we have ever faced. And I think that we have perhaps an overly naive view of the nature of political power, and that ultimately political power derives from the ability to exert force.
So you essentially was calling for force against the Trump administration.
No,
and again,
I'm saying that may be necessary in the future.
Yeah. So you said it may be necessary in the future. And look, I have to say, I personally disavow. I still want to be able to travel to the United States. I'm a non-violent person and everything. I thought it was I thought it was incendiary, etc. It's interesting. Yeah. Look, very interesting thing. Look, how about we start with this one, right? I saw this one of your top tweets on Twitter, like just over the past couple of days. You said the notion that the Gulf states guest worker programs are slavery is such contemptuous nonsense. They're for much higher wages in less pleasant but safer conditions, which workers do only for a few years before heading back home to raise a family. Look, it's funny because like I still think there are like big human rights problems with these programs. But I remember I did say something recently where I said, like, I wouldn't say it's fully slavery. And I remember I got like 1,000 quote tweets by a leftist saying that I was racist and stuff like that. But yeah, you go into it. I'm interested in your thoughts on this.
Well, it's a repeated game. And there are and there's a very high turnover rate of people. People do not work their entire working lives there. You work there for a short period. You earn much higher wages than you would in India. And then you immigrate back and you raise a family back in India, or you remit it entirely to your family. Um, if you if you look at like the remittance flows, right?
Yeah.
It comes out to multiple times GDP per capita in remittance flows alone, right?
Yeah.
So I just don't think that there's any like if this were a one-shot game where like there are workers who are tricked into coming to the Gulf states,
Yeah.
then perhaps you can make an argument. But it just isn't so. And I think the upshot of getting very angry about it is basically to hope to discourage that migration, which I think is actually like it improves things greatly. And also, there's just a fundamental belief that people are being tricked into it, and I
Yeah.
think that is importantly nonsense.
I mean, that is an interesting point you raise. Again, and again, I'm saying like when I'm hosting Nicholas Decker, I'm I'm interested in the ideas. I'm not necessarily endorsing everything. It's in the same vein like retweets and no endorsements. Again, ICE don't prevent me from visiting the United States of America. But
So what do you endorse?
what
Do
no,
you, do you
what I was going to say is I do find it really interesting how you said it does have a lower mortality rate than back in India. You're probably right on that point, and I guess that's not something that people would probably talk about much or think about when it comes to that particular.
that saying was like saying I did out of my own private curiosity, and does depend a bit on specification. But if you look at like at death rates in construction in India, and you compare it to death rates in construction for the Gulf states, it's considerably lower in the Gulf states.
Damn, I mean, I
And
hadn't even thought of that.
like
Yeah, I mean,
construction is a very dangerous job, especially in developing countries. So by the way, if you like read about, by the way, one of the bigger complaints is that you can't have a wife or a girlfriend while overseas, and that's one of the major complaints about the working conditions. Is that, which is, of course, not to belittle that, because raising a family is very important, and that's why people only do it for a short period of time. But I do think there is a strain of thinking that people are not able to maximize given constraints, and I think this strain of thinking is very bad. And those the particular facts about the remittance flows is just like a very quick debunking uh, on like labor exploitation being a macroeconomically important phenomenon. The remittances are simply too large for
so
workers to be systematically denied wages. It just does
wow,
not work otherwise.
I mean, yeah, it's literally higher than the US. It's pretty interesting. So to put things in scale, in Qatar there were 700,000 Indians in 2017. That's a remittance per person of about 5,500 per person at a time when Indian GDP per capita. So I mean, is it actually about like double the wages then, or almost triple sometimes?
Yes. And note that remittances is savings. That does not include consumption at home.
True.
So
One thing I was going to say, I mean, this is probably one of the things that people would raise, and this is one of the things that are the most problematic about it, right? The reports of people being systematically denied their own passports and being denied the ability to leave. I mean, that would probably be the thing that makes people talk about slavery, right?
yeah, I would strongly deny that it is systematic and that you just cannot square that with remittance flows. Like if they're
Right.
doing it to exploit people and pay considerably below their wages, and they're doing a very poor job of it.
Okay, interesting. And look, going even further, I remember seeing you arguing for like basically completely open borders. I mean, would you like to make your case for that? That's certainly not a view that I hold to, because I just think it's like something that would collapse most countries on earth, etc. But I'm interested. How do you make that argument?
So the argument is that the United States has both certain factor endowments and certain non-tradable economies of scale, right? Or agglomeration economies, right? And so allowing people to move allows them to raise their wages and produce more. And the wage gains from migration are not entirely accounted for by by the human capital of the person migrating, right? Hendricks and Lutman have a 2018 paper where they pinned down 40% of wage gains being explained by human capital, but 60% being not being due to like the institution of the United States or being around people. And of course, most people are thinking like of low-skilled labor, right? And it's perfectly possible for it to raise wages for everyone if you allow for there to be non-substitutable workers. And also when I mentioned like based on trade based on a movable factor endowment, an example of that is like farmland, right? Which is not movable. You need to import people. You cannot export the land, right? And have somebody else, work it outside of the country. But that's neither here nor there. When it comes to it also helps greatly in diffusing ideas. Um, there's a really excellent recent paper by Marta Preto, the Global Race for Talent, where basically like allowing people to migrate who are researchers not only raises the inventiveness of the people directly, right? But it also raises the inventiveness of the people who didn't move, right? In their home country that they moved from, just from being exposed to more ideas. And so I think that there are some reasonable arguments for restricting immigration. But those are arguments of like that eventually they'll vote for bad policies or whatnot. But there's no serious, to my mind, economic argument against open borders and complete factor mobility.
What about, okay, I mean, obviously there's two arguments here. One is that not everything can be measured in economic terms. So for example, there are sort of like certain intangibles, like for example, social cohesion, those sorts of factors that you must consider. The other thing being
the effects of social cohesion can be measured in economic variables. What cannot be captured is the externalities. Perhaps somebody doesn't like Indians or doesn't like Hispanics, and that's a valid aesthetic externality. I don't think that those aesthetic externalities are why. I don't think those aesthetic externalities are all that large.
Like I wouldn't say that it's just aesthetic. I mean, look, for example, what about when you have cases in Britain and Europe where, like, there have been pretty significant high-profile cases of, some pretty heinous crimes, like committed by migrant gangs, like for example, the Pakistani grooming gang scandal in Britain. And I know you might say, well, like it's not overrepresented or whatever, but I mean, surely, that's not just necessarily like somebody saying like, oh, this is an aesthetic externality. I mean,
No. I think they do. I think they do. Perhaps I'm actually not sure with the stats here, right? So like in America, illegal immigrants and immigrants generally do not commit more crime. However, I think this goes away like after you remove African Americans from it, right? And you get to a more representative distribution of crime. But I'm not quite sure if that's the case in Britain. Even if they do, I'd expect that much the same crimes would be done in Pakistan, and I'm far happier that they are doing them in Britain, where there is a modern police force that would be more likely to arrest them. And I think the total amount of crime in the world would have gone down by allowing grooming gangs to immigrate to Britain.
Sorry, okay, could you repeat that? So you're saying it's better that grooming gangs go to Britain because the British police force is a modern police force, and therefore there's overall in sort of like net utilitarian terms, there's less grooming gangs in the world or something. Is that your argument?
Yeah. Yes. Why?
Really?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, what about, for example, like the victims in Britain? I mean, like they were predominantly sort of like white girls in Britain, and there seems to have been racially motivated hatred that motivated a lot of these crimes, etc. Like, should those victims not be, their interests not be held into account? Like you can't just say, well, you guys have to have that suffering because, look, in overall terms, at least there's not going to be more Pakistani victims. I mean, wouldn't the British people be like, we shouldn't necessarily have that taken into our country?
So what is the trade-off then between white Britain rape rates and Pakistani rape rates. Like how many Pakistanis should be raped to avoid one white British person being raped?
I don't think that's like I don't think that's like a fair way to put it, Nicholas.
You
Like,
don't? Do you not think that
no,
there's a
no,
trade-off? Is it 1 to 1, or is it maybe 2 to 1, or 3 to 1?
I mean,
Four and
I
a
don't know.
half?
But it's not like the choice that's being presented to the British people. It's not okay. These people are going to either rape people in Pakistan or rape people in Britain. So if you don't let them come in and rape people in Britain, they're going to rape people in Pakistan. Like that's not like an actual valid sort of like argument, right?
Why is it not valid? Valid is a strong meaning.
Okay. How about you go out to like, I don't know, one of these British towns like I don't know, one of these British towns that are quite poor, Blackburn or something like that, and just start door knocking and just be like, hey, listen, like we're going to have potentially a couple cases of migrant rape crime come up, but you should be happy because it's not going to be migrant rape crime on the other side of the world. In net utilitarian terms overall, there's going to be less rape in the world. I mean, people are not going to.
Good. It seems
Do
very.
you really
very,
think people would accept that, Nicholas? Like,
I think I would
being
accept
serious.
it. And
Really?
by the way, if your only interest is reducing crime, why don't you just deport criminals at home, right? You can just get rid of them. You can put them in another country, and your crime rate goes down because you've deported all of your criminals, right?
I mean, we've got a comment here. Kevin Nagar says it shouldn't fall upon the British to put their people at risk in order to prosecute Pakistani rape gangs overall. Like, surely that's a pretty decent argument, right? Like why does Britain bear that burden then? Because in your overall argument, you're presenting it as, well, you've got to take in some of these migrant rape gangs situations because it's going to lead to less Pakistani criminals in the overall world because Britain has a modern police state.
I am entirely unapologetically somebody who cares about total utility and not one country over another. But
why does Britain then have that like burden in the world? Like Britain, because in your telling, the way you presented it is Britain has to accept some level of, you know, Pakistani grooming gangs in their country because I don't know, like for some reason, like just they're a modern state, so they have to have that burden. But why? Why Britain potentially? Why should anyone have to accept that?
Because people move
if it's
to Britain.
Because what I was going to say, right, is if it's a problem inherent to Pakistani, if there's a problem in Pakistani culture that leads to some of these grooming gangs being formed, and there is a problem in this culture because, you know, there is widespread misogyny and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it be the case that, you know, other countries in the world have to, you know, suffer that problem when it's an indigenous Pakistani problem?
I think that people should be allowed to move where they move, and I think the net result of that would be to reduce crime. I mean, that's all I have to say on it. I do have some questions for you on the subject of criminal justice. Why don't we just shoot the criminals?
I mean,
you want to reduce crime, right? And
so are you are you a supporter of the death penalty on that grounds?
I'm death penalty curious.
Okay. Well, I personally Australia, for example, is a country that does not have the death penalty. I wouldn't want to bring it back because there's always the horrible scenario where somebody can be convicted for, you know, something they did not do, and that is like the worst of the worst type of situation. That said, though,
what error rate would be acceptable for execution, and what error rate is acceptable to you for life imprisonment? And how are they going to be substantially different from each other?
Look, okay, that's an interesting question. I haven't thought about that in depth before. I'd have to think more deeply about that.
You surely
what
must have an answer.
But what I was going to say, right, is I think when it comes to what I was going to say, right, is the way I look at this issue, I divide it between what is morally, you know, I divide it between like moral desserts and I divide it from political reality on the ground. So if I was being asked a philosophical question in terms of morality, do you think Osama bin Laden deserves the death penalty? Of course, I would say yes. Morally desert for what he's done to the world. I think some people can commit crimes so heinous that they basically forfeit their moral right to life. That said, though, I think the fallible nature of governments in the world means that I wouldn't accept the political risk that innocents will be executed for that reason. So I kind of divide it between like in an ideal world where you could somehow ensure that you never ever execute somebody who is, innocent. Maybe in an ideal world, for some of the most heinous atrocities, I'd say yes, the death penalty is right. Like, for example, I look at Anders Breivik in Norway, where he killed like 80 plus people, and he's just like literally sitting in a pretty good prison cell playing PlayStation and stuff like that. Like, I just think like that guy does not morally deserve to live.
But you accept it. You accept a rate of error for life imprisonment, or for imprisonment in general. What is your acceptable number for life imprisonment, and why is it so different from the death penalty?
Well, there's a good comment here by Reese, and he says the death penalty is final, whereas life imprisonment can be reversed if found
it
wrong.
cannot be reversed. You cannot unlive the time that you spent in prison. You are killed but only halfway. If
Okay,
you
can I
spend
say
half
this,
of your
right?
life in prison, it's like being killed for half your life, half death.
Look,
There's no way to undo it.
Okay, say somebody is wrongly imprisoned for 15 years and then they're eventually released. Surely that person, obviously that's a horrible disaster. Their wrongful imprisonment is horrible. They deserve massive compensation for the crimes for that crime done against them. And they'll probably in a country like America or Australia, like a country that has advanced sort of democratic system, like they're very likely to get restitution, etc. Obviously, no amount of monetary compensation could ever compensate you for the years you've lost. You're right on that. But what I was going to say is, like, surely that person would prefer the ability to eventually be exonerated after, say, 15 years of wrongful imprisonment than being straight up executed, because you can't come back from an execution. You're dead.
Sure, but in the meantime, the state can save on the cost of imprisonment.
Sorry, like, yeah, but
and so you need to weigh the weighted probability that they'll be exonerated against the cost saved to the state, and you do whichever one comes up favorable. In any case, I have a solution for you, right? Markets are an incredibly efficient way of aggregating information about the probability that something happens. In every case that you have somebody convicted, you create a market on whether or not that person will be exonerated, right? If the probability is sufficiently low, then you are safe executing them. Otherwise, there's a sufficiently high probability that they will eventually be exonerated, and you can keep the case going. And so I think that you can, in fact, do this for a substantial portion of cases. You have some percentage be randomly assigned to be decided by the market, and some of them be randomly decided by a judge. And of course, there's a market made in advance on every one of them, right? So of course, you will lose money on average if you bet for things that are inaccurate, right? And that keeps your beliefs accurate.
So like, let me let me be clear here, right? You're arguing that, like, basically Polymarket, the equivalent of Polymarket should have, just randomly. It's like criminal law cases should just be randomly assigned to Polymarket. And
yes. Well, but everyone is assigned to Polymarket, and some of them are randomly assigned to a judge and juror, right? And if you get it wrong, like you predict the wrong way, because ultimately the point of a justice system, right, is to efficiently arbitrate disputes in a way that is consistent and predictable, right? And so if a justice system is consistent and predictable, it is perfectly modelable with a stock market.
Okay, how would you moderate for example?
Get a treasurer.
Oh, you there? Sorry. Oh.
I'm there.
Oh, yeah, okay. So there's a good comment by Reese. He goes, so if you have a minority group that is hated by the majority, the market will simply decide overall the person will be executed. How do you moderate for cases like that?
You don't. Because a lot of people in the minority will be perfectly willing to pay. And remember that if it does get assigned to a judge and jury, and the majority group has staked all of their earnings and they are wrong on it, then they simply lose all of their money. And meanwhile, if the majority group is so dead set in their prejudice that they are able to have the judge and juror convict whichever way they wanted, then it hardly matters that there was a market at all.
So, okay, here's a good question. You go back to the famous story in the New Testament where Pontius Pilate puts the choice to the crowd, whether he says, "I can
I have a
exonerate."
custom for you to release a prisoner on this day. Shall I
Yes,
release Barabbas or Jesus of Nazareth, better known as Christ? And
yes,
the people all at once cried out,
Barabbas.
Barabbas, not him, Barabbas.
Yes,
Barabbas,
yes.
however,
So
was a murderer. And at that, Pontius Pilate was very much afraid, and he went back
yes,
into Jesus, and he saw Jesus being brought out in the crown of thorns and in the purple cloth, and he said to them, "Behold, it's a man." I'll lay
yes,
off for
yeah.
that.
No, no.
Do you want me to recite that in German?
Yeah. Okay. Good on
No.
you.
Okay. Never mind.
Look, it's obviously a very famous passage in the New Testament.
Certainly.
Okay, tell us how the poly market, sort of the betting averages, would have been applied to say, like, Jesus versus Barabbas.
Well,
Because that's a quintessential case, right? Where we look to it and we're like, the crowd, in Western culture and history, that's held up by, throughout the ages for more than 2,000 years, basically been held up in Western culture. It's like, here's the quintessential case where like the mob chooses the non-righteous choice. So tell us, like, how does the poly market apply to Barabbas versus Jesus?
Well, I think the outcome is pretty obvious, because as is well known, the Jews run the stock market, so they would undoubtedly win.
Dude, come on, man. That's pretty. Are you trying to get like canceled? Like, are you doing this on purpose?
No, that is simply sarcasm. However, the 12 disciples, well, in the case of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
There's clear textual evidence, right? Simon Peter draws out his sword and strikes at Malchus, the high priest's servant, and Jesus at that says, "Put up your sword in your scabbard, for those who shall live by this sword shall die by the sword," etc. Right? And don't you know that if I willed it, a host of angels would come and take me away, right? And yet he did not will it. Therefore, we can gather that it was not God's will for him to be exonerated, and that it was in fact necessary, and it has an unreplaceable part in the economy of the redemption.
So look, okay, like I understand you're right that within Christian theology, like it had to have happened. I agree with that. So you're saying essentially the market would have done God's will in that case.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, okay. I mean, look at these are your words, not mine.
And remember also that Jesus said, "Whenever there are several of you, I am with you." A market is a congregation of many people. Therefore, a market is a manifestation of God's will.
Okay. So you would basically argue like like the spirit of history resides in the bond market and all these things.
No, the spirit of God.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, I like that. Okay, tell us examples where you think the market can fail, because we both know that there can be market failures. And look, we had a comment here before. Someone pointed out, I think you said at one point, you said minorities would accept that this would still be an overall fairer system. I don't know if people would actually accept that's an overall fairer system. Like, what's your argument for that?
It's a bit of a two-parter.
Sorry. Okay, let's go with the second part first. So you were arguing before
accepting it? Oh, right.
Yeah,
I'm arguing that it is, in fact, in the interest of every participant to attempt to bet the truth, and that betting falsely causes you to lose quite a lot of money. So for that reason, I would expect markets to be efficient here.
But there would still be countless innocents who would be like sort of murdered or killed unjustly until the markets like have that new equilibrium, adjusting for the account, like adjusting for, because I guess by your account, right, eventually the markets would find a new equilibrium when like basically prejudice is priced in, where basically people understand.
I think that it would simply cause prejudiced people to hemorrhage money precisely to the extent that they are prejudiced.
Yeah, I mean, so that's your argument. But prior to that equilibrium being established, there would be so many countless innocents who'd be killed. And I guess, like, according to your scheme, like that would just be like a price to be paid.
No, I wouldn't necessarily expect it either, because a lot of people can bet against, and if people note that if it's not, um, note that if like the bets come and it's like this person has a 70% chance of being guilty, right? And say that's our threshold or whatnot, right? And so they have it. And suppose, or let's say the threshold is 75%, and the true probability is 70%. But suppose a bunch of people like try and bet against it. I'd expect them to be counterbalanced by people who know the true, like the underlying reality of the world. Because we're all assuming, of course, that everyone is sharing a common prior. Um, and so there'd be quite a lot of people who would profit on average by betting against it. So perhaps you can say that there's some amount of liquidity, there's maybe some plausible liquidity issues, but I don't think those are very plausible here.
Okay, like how do you account for the fact that there would be people, like at least at the initial stage of this kind of scheme, though, like there would be people who would be like unjustly put to death?
I deny it.
You think like straight up nobody
No.
would be so? But we both know that markets are not inherently universally rational. Like we both know there's very famous cases of market failure. You got like tulip mania. You got so many bubbles throughout history.
You should cite Harrison and Krebs here, right?
Look, I'm not an economist. I'm not an economics PhD, Nicholas. But I've read like a little bit of like economics. I've read books on economics and stuff. I'm not an economics. I'm not going to be able to cite papers to you.
Actually,
though, but
I actually have a little puzzle for you, Drew.
okay, sure. Put the puzzle
Suppose that everyone shares a common prior about the state of the world, or
Okay.
if at least you'll say that the state of the world is common knowledge. So everyone knows that everyone knows, and so on ad infinitum. This is important, by the way, that it's ad infinitum. And suppose also that we are at equilibrium. So any trades that are taking place for hedging purposes have occurred, right? And everyone is perfectly hedged and whatnot. And assume further that everyone is slightly risk averse. Now, somebody receives information about the state of the world that is private information.
Yeah.
How many trades will occur?
Sorry, could you say that again? I got it. Sorry.
There is common knowledge of the
Okay.
state of the world. Everyone
Yep.
is risk averse. We are
Yep.
at equilibrium. How many trades?
Look, if there's full common knowledge and everyone's risk adverse,
And also somebody receives a private information about the world, right? So a farmer observes that his crops have been wrecked by hail, right? And he wishes to trade futures in the frozen concentrated orange juice market.
Okay.
Right? How many trades will occur, and what can we say about the world?
Well, look, you've just told me that the common knowledge is universal, right? So
Yes.
assume so therefore this private information couldn't give anybody a specific leg up, right?
So you're saying that it couldn't give the person who received it a leg up?
So you've given me an
So,
example
so
where
and
somebody has
we were at common knowledge.
Okay, we
equilibrium,
were
right? and then right, and then one person receives information,
Okay. Yep. Okay.
and they are attempting to trade on this.
Look, Nicholas, I couldn't give you an answer. I'm interested. What would you say? Because look, I haven't studied economics formally before. Like, I do find it an interesting puzzle. Tell me what you think it would be. Zero. Okay.
And so
Why
this
is that? Could you explain that to the viewers?
Because making the offer reveals information. Because everyone started with a common prior, and everyone knows that everyone knows is risk averse, right? So the only reason to make a trade is if you have private information, and the willingness to make a trade fully reveals that information. So
True.
if you so in other words, the mere existence of trades reveals that some people are trading on noise. And I think it's a very interesting thing. Now you can get around this with having essentially there being like some confusion over like what the actual state of the world is. And was it Freudenberg or Oh, the email game. I think that was Frudenberg.
What email games are you talking about?
It turns out that like having less than infinite common knowledge, right? In other words, the everyone knows that everyone knows that everyone knows that everyone knows, right? It turns out actually if you bound it, you can show that it's economically relevant. But I can't explain that right now. Anyway, you were saying.
Look, I wanted to. I did really want to ask you this while we were on the stream together. Could you tell us your reaction to the whole ALGate, right? Because that was obviously that became a very famous tweet on Twitter. It went very viral. So essentially, what happened is okay. So you made an argument that monogamy should not exist. Could you let's start with that. Let's have you outline that argument for the viewers.
I'd say that there is very little distinction between my friends and my love interests. And so I think that could also be the case for many other people.
Hang on. Okay, so for you, you make no distinction between friends and love interests. But have you ever had the experience, for example, of being in love, Nicholas, and you love one person? When you have that experience, you feel a love that is naturally exclusionary of other people. Like, for example, I love my girlfriend, so I'm not interested in going out with other people. I mean, are you like, it just literally doesn't interest me, going on dates with random people because I have a partner who I love. I mean, how would you respond to that, right? I mean,
for reasons that I cannot explain, I have felt love.
Okay.
And I've also felt love for other people at the same time.
I mean, could that just be your own personal niche, though? I mean, like, look.
But
here's the thing, right?
I think that our desires are often quite culturally constructed, and so we should argue for the desires that we want our culture to reflect.
Look, okay. What I was going to say, right? In my own personal life, I'm a bit more conservative. So in my own personal life, I certainly favor, much more traditional models of, relationships and stuff like that. I'm on board with, monogamy and all these sorts of things. That's my personal life. And that's, I was raised in a nuclear family. That's my ideal for a family life and everything.
I want to have about 6 kids, I reckon.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I want to have about 6 kids.
Oh, that's good. Look, good on you. Like, it's good.
None of them, of course, genetically mine. But
okay, look. Okay, we will get to that. I want to before that in itself is like an hour-long thought bubble, right? We'll get into that. Let's first keep to this point, right? So, yes. I remember seeing an interesting argument on Twitter where basically somebody was responding to a trad and was basically saying like don't get mad about people like Ayala, because when you look at like studies of this, right, you see these studies, and there are studies that show that there are some people who are just naturally hyper promiscuous, right? Like, but it's really those people are the ones who are coupling with each other, right? So like,
yes, she refers to this as the slut cloud.
Sorry, what'd you say?
She refers to this as the slut cloud.
Slut cloud. Okay. I haven't seen that. That does make sense to me, because I think you are right I think that is right in the sense that the people who want to live that life are naturally going to sort themselves into that category. Like, you're not going to necessarily have these people corrupting the types of people who want to just have a normal monogamous life. And look, maybe this is a sort of,
I think it absolutely does corrupt it, right? I don't think it's genetic at all. I think it's largely culturally mediated. It's the same thing with bisexuality and being transgender. It's largely a cultural thing. There's like a nucleus of people who feel very strongly that way, and then their desires are mediated by the culture around them.
Okay, let me ask you this, right? So, you think this is fully a cultural question. Therefore, what you want to do is you want to go out and try.
It's substantively a cultural question, not fully. There are some people who are very strongly inclined towards one lifestyle and other.
Okay.
But so, I would prefer to advocate for the world that I want to see.
Okay, so in your ideal world, what would we see? There'd be no nuclear couplings. There'd be no nuclear families. You'd just have like widespread polyamory and stuff like that. Like, how would you explain your ideal world here?
My ideal would be for people to partner with the exact number of people that they want to, whatever that is.
could this lead to social instability, do you think? Are there any externalities here that you're not considering? Like, for example, there are studies that show that, like, you know, I believe there actually are economic studies that basically say that in societies where there is, you know, where men have more than one wife, it is often the men who get shut out in that system that then form a massive source of political instability. So, like what would be your answer to that, for example?
I mean, to my knowledge, I was not advocating for polygamy.
Not polygamy, but like if we were to have a world though where so in your world, you know, people couple with the exact amount of people that they want to couple with, and say that then leads to an overall surplus of sort of undesirable men who just never get a coupling, right? Would that not create a massive source or major source of social political instability? Is that potentially why over 2,000-3,000 years we've had this strong norm towards monogamy built up within our culture? Because
No, I think we've had a strong norm towards monogamy because of the extraordinary danger of unprotected sex before modern antibiotics.
you think there's no.
I cannot emphasize enough how serious syphilis was.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like very bad things. Syphilis, of course. STDs, very bad.
I'm glad that you're condemning. You know,
Yeah,
that you're willing to condemn syphilis.
Yeah, I condemn syphilis. I condemn STDs, etc. Of course, we disavow them. Of course. What I was going to say though is, you think it was only though that norm was only built up because of the dangers of unprotected sex. It has nothing to do with the wider stability in the society. If that was the case, like, why is this a norm that we've seen built up across so many different human cultures, across so much time and space? You would have think that maybe there's some accumulated wisdom in the generations before us. And probably part of that was that previous generations recognize that there's going to be inherent stability. If there's, say, just 20% of young blokes who just are never, ever going to ever have a partner. We've seen studies that have shown that, you know, in states where there is a surplus.
Wait, to be clear, you think that it's going to result in more young people like more men not having partners than having partners?
It might well do, because there seems to be a distinct difference between males and females when it comes to you know, sexual preferences. Like I think there is probably I think to some degree there's sort of like some biologically innate thing where men, the approach of men, maybe biologically, if you go all the way back to the hunt and savanna era, the approach of men was to, you know, spread their seed as far as possible. Whereas the approach of women biologically, again, we're going back to basically like caveman times, but biologically it was probably to tie down a man and have a stable partner for the raising of the child. So that I do think to some extent there's probably some biological explanation for why it does seem to be the case in broad terms that men are more promiscuous than women.
Yeah. Sure. I would also say that there is fundamentally a trade-off between men having partners and women having freedom, and that as you increase women having freedom, then they will decide not to partner with many men at the bottom of the desirability spectrum. I do not really view this as a bad thing.
Well, look, I think women should have the freedom to choose their own partners. I'm not arguing for like an incel society, but what I'm saying is, if we were to have a society where people have amount of couplings that they desire, what I would fear would happen is sort of what Elon's doing now, where, like, you know, you have some people who are just extraordinarily rich and wealthy with, if there are no sort of cultural and moral mores to restrict them in any sense, would we not see?
I have no objection to what Elon Musk is doing.
Okay, but what I'm going to give an objection, right? Like, I'm not the reason why I know that I'm not going to say to you, oh, it's icky, it gives me the ick, therefore it's bad. What I'm going to present to you is an actual argument. Like, if you have a society where the most powerful men, the ones who are so wealthy and rich, essentially do just have their own harems, that will lead to a situation where there will just basically be men who will never have families, because eventually there might just be the case where there are not enough people to go around for couplings to form. And would this not then be a source for, you know, rise of inceldom and, you know, terrible social instability and violence and stuff like that? Because we do see in societies where there is a preponderance of men over women, there's like a surplus male population, like one of the biggest predictors of a civil war is having a lot of young men who are either unemployed and also uncoupled.
Right, sure.
So would this not lead to this massive war in Thailand?
Maybe possible. And if there are massive warlord gangs arising in Berkeley and Oakland, I will apologize for my misread on the long run social dynamics of non-monogamous partnering.
But
I
that's
don't think that's very much likely.
Would you say the tail risk of that is potentially so catastrophic that maybe we shouldn't wholesale fully reorganize society based on this thought bubble you've had?
No.
So you think it's worth the risk?
Yes.
Even if the risk is like massive civil war in every country on earth, because like there's no. Why is it worth the risk?
Because I think it's a pretty small risk.
Why do you make that argument? Because we do see over and over again, like there are countries where there's a lot of young men who don't have partners and who are unemployed, and that is like the biggest rise. That's like the biggest risk factor, number one risk factor for like civil war and war.
I think that in expectation, my tweets will change the partnering decision of perhaps 17 people.
Okay, explain that.
That's just my guess.
Based on like, what do you make the estimate based off?
Vibes.
Okay, so out of the 650,000 people who've seen it, you think you've converted 17 people to a
No. I think the full scale of my tweeting, if you include like personal conversations, I'd expect the number of people who change their partnering decisions to increase.
Okay.
As a result of what I say.
So this was the source of your interaction with Ayala, and we'll get into that because I think that was very interesting for a lot of people. So Ayala is a big advocate of this idea, and she says, I feel like your tweets are entirely Ayala, but I don't think I've seen anyone else tweet. So essentially, you said you're searching for a wife. She said, aren't you young though? You said, it's just a number. I wish that were true. You don't like my age, but marginally to hang on.
That was such a banger. Come on.
Okay, I doff my hat to you. I tip my hat to you, good sir, for your
You need to look in the replies to the replies to find the famous one. So you'll note that Shaggy.
I'm gonna find. Oh yeah, here it was. Was it this one? Yes. So would you read it out for the viewers? Read out the viewers.
Actually, a while ago, the girl chat did have a somewhat serious discussion on whether or not we should start awarding honorary orgies for good tweets inspired by you. We decided we were unsure about your ethical integrity, though. But there was an alternate universe where you had affairs with like 12 older women at once.
Good stuff. What was your very goated, Nicholas. What was your kind of thoughts there, and what was your immediate reaction when you read that comment?
I laughed and texted half my friends.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So Richard Hanani came in and sort of batted for you. Said, "What makes you doubt Nick's ethical integrity?" The lying about what was that whole thing? I don't know what happened with the giveaway.
I changed my mind, and Basil explains it.
Right. So you started a fund me because you lost your home. How much did you raise, and then what happened? You donated it all.
I donated it all. Yes, I donated. Is like $4,500.
Wow. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I mean, respect to you for that. Respect for you. So actually, we should get into that because we haven't really discussed that yet. Tell us the saga of the Secret Service agents, how you lost your home, all this sort of stuff, because it's very interesting.
My landlord was displeased.
Oh, by the way, your video's cut out. Is there any way you can get it back on?
Yes. Anyway. My landlord was displeased with me putting my address publicly. I am in an undisclosed location, and actually,
so can I ask you that, Nicholas? So, I've dealt with a lot of death threats in my time. You might not know my backstory, but I was a long-term protest against the Chinese government and stuff like that. I had a lot.
I'm aware of your backstory.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, look, I had a lot of death threats and everything. Never in a million years would it have ever crossed my mind to like literally just post the address and say like, "Come get me, guys." What went through your mind?
My mom knew about it, and my mom was somewhat afraid. But my landlord did not know. And because I believed that nothing would happen, I saw that the harm of putting my actual address out there as being of an expected value of no harm to anyone. My landlord, again, was displeased.
Did you try to explain this to your landlord when she...
I did. She remained displeased.
Yes. What was the conversation? Tell us about that conversation. It's a very interesting conversation.
She had her boss on the phone call, and
Yep.
we discussed that she was terminating the lease, and I decided that it was largely acceptable. And to be honest, I think it's actually a propitious development because I'm going to be traveling over the summer.
Okay, so you actually think in the end it was
It
you
allows
don't.
me to save. It allows me to save on rent for 3 months.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that you had that opportunity. What are you doing now? Like, so you lost where you were living. I mean, what did you do?
Uh, I am at an undisclosed location, which I will not discuss further.
No, okay, fair enough. I mean,
Uh,
fair enough, fair enough. No, that's good. I don't want you to get yourself in trouble, but just yeah, interesting. So, I mean, but do you regret any of that episode? And tell us about how you met with the Secret Service. What was that experience like?
we had an amicable chat,
Okay,
touching
so the Secret Service.
on many points.
So the Secret Service literally came to your house. They wanted to talk
Yes.
about the fact that you had written an article essentially saying that in the future there was a potential threat.
They were curious if I had any guns or any current intention to harm the president or any other members of the administration, to which I answered no.
Okay, so you said to them like you were basically just it was a thought bubble, or like you were just basically doing philosophy.
No, that I wasn't calling for violence at all. I have
Okay.
never, in fact, called for violence against the present administration.
Okay. Yeah, because what was your argument? You were saying that if it gets worse, then it would be justified. That was your argument.
There are circumstances in which violence is justified, and I think that it would be good for us to think clearly about what those circumstances are.
Do you think that framing it in those terms and the way you framed it was the right course of action? Because obviously you drew all these death threats to yourself. You got yourself in a lot of trouble. You had like probably tens of thousands of sort of MAGA people threatening to kill you. Do you think would you have done anything differently?
No. You know what's a good thing though, right? You know what makes it all worth it, right?
What?
Do you know who Adrian Auclair is?
No. Who's Adrian Auclair? Sorry.
He's an economist.
Okay, yeah.
He follows me on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I think his papers are good. There are a
Yeah.
lot of cases like this where it's economists whose papers I think are good. And now they follow me on Twitter. I think this is a
Yeah.
good development.
Even at the cost of your massive personal safety.
I don't think that my personal safety has been harmed at all.
You don't fear any so.
No.
Surely some of them some of these guys are pretty. Some of these guys can be.
You skipped over so many excellent tweets in the past.
What one should we focus on? But this was a pretty funny tweet. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay, but don't you think there's not a single person, not a single threat that made you second guess yourself?
No.
Okay, well, interesting. Not a single one. Why is that? What gives you such high resilience?
I don't get easily afraid.
Really? I mean, have you ever been subject to physical violence yourself? Ever, in your life?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so even despite having that past experience, you still don't get afraid. What do you think explains that? What in your psychology allows you to be like that?
I just don't. I don't know why it'd be so hard. It's just words on the internet. The only time that any other instances, I guess but they're mostly incidents of little importance. A drunk guy swatted at me outside a club, that sort of thing.
Okay. Should we go back now? I mean, one last question about the Secret Service. Did you explain that you were like a student and you were kind of doing a thought experiment? Did they understand that you're like what did they think of your sort of intellectual work out of interest?
I didn't ask them much about their opinion of my work.
Yeah.
I think I did. Did I show Bayesian persuasion there? I think I did. But I'd have to know. Do you know what Bayesian persuasion is? I have a friend
Look,
who's
I've heard the
absolutely
term.
obsessed with it.
Look, I've heard the term. I'm not. I unfortunately haven't ever studied economics formally, but maybe you can give a bit of an overview for me and the
For
listeners.
sure. So suppose that everyone shares a common prior about the state of the world, right? And you have two agents, a sender and a receiver, and the sender wishes to induce some change in the receiver's action, but there is a constraint. They can only reveal true information, and they must reveal all that they know, right? Under this constraint, when and how can the sender induce a change in the receiver's actions that benefits them? And so the simple answer that Kamenika and Genskow find is that if the receiver's action is nonlinear, then it is possible for the sender to change the person's actions to their benefit, even while restricted to true information. And that you can show this graphically as concavifying a distribution of posteriors, right?
Yeah.
So let's give a concrete example, right? Imagine a judge. The judge wishes to convict the guilty and to acquit the innocent. I'll imagine also a prosecutor. The prosecutor wishes to convict everyone, regardless of their guilt or innocence, right? In this example, the prosecutor is a sender and the judge is a receiver. The judge and the prosecutor share a common prior that every defendant brought before the docket has a prior probability of being guilty of 0.3, right? Or 30%, right?
I do have to admit a bit, Nicholas. This is going a little bit over my head, but keep going. I'm interested.
Don't worry. I'm sure that your audience will understand it and enjoying this immensely.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
the judge will convict if and only if their posterior probability goes above 0.5. So if the prosecutor adduces some evidence, right, that shifts the judge's posterior above 0.5, then it is possible for the prosecutor to stop there, right? And they get the conviction, right? Despite them revealing only true information. And so the maximum number of people that the prosecutor can get convicted is 60%, despite everyone knowing that only 30% are guilty. We're assuming, of course, that a full investigation would just reveal the truth, and that intermediate steps reveal the truth but with noise. For example, you can administer a blood test, right? And imagine the blood at the crime scene was type A blood, right? And 42% of people in the world have type A blood. And if you plug that into Bayes' formula, that actually pops out just above 0.5. So somebody can test, the prosecutor can test for type A blood, and all of a sudden they're able to convict 42% of people, despite everyone knowing what is going on. And so the really cool thing about this is that you can think about there being a density function of posteriors, right? So like the likelihood the like the likelihood weights, right? And what you're essentially doing is you want to push some of them above 0.5 and push the other ones down to 0. And you can draw graphically the the gain and utility from drawing a line that makes the function concave rather than convex, right? And so that's by Kamenika and Genskow from 2011. A friend of mine, Daniel Luo, on Twitter, who you should consider following, people,
Yeah, sure.
is very interested in this sort of thing. And I don't understand what he's saying a quarter of the time, but it's better than it was a year ago when it was at least half the time.
Okay, interesting. Look, very, very intellectually interesting. I do have to admit, some of it, a large part of it, maybe a vast majority of it, did go over my head. But
Okay.
I mean, certainly, certainly.
It went over my head the first time. The secret, of course, is that
I mean,
you
I've
need
never
to
studied
reread
formal,
it.
but yeah. No, it's surely, certainly interesting. Should we potentially go to this tweet? Because I think this is probably one of the most controversial ones. You were essentially arguing, Nicholas, for infanticide.
Yes.
Okay, how can you morally justify that?
I think infanticide is the traditionalist version of abortion. and that it's a better way to get in touch with our roots as a culture.
I mean, you're obviously joking there. But
Am
what
I?
is your sort of actual? I mean, okay, what's the argument? Why infantile? Because I think the vast majority of people would see this and find it extremely immoral. So, what's the argument here?
Sure. I think that things are bad because they hurt other people, right?
Yeah.
And death does not hurt you because you cannot perceive being hurt. And if you cannot perceive, you cannot be hurt. Unless, unless, Mr. Pavlou, you wish to argue that things that don't exist are harmed by virtue of them not existing.
Well, you have to consider, for example, the moral right of that child to grow to full age and all the life experience that it loses out on
No,
as
I
a
don't.
result of it.
No, I don't. Because
Sorry?
you would also have to consider
Why?
all of the unnumberable possible people that could have been born but never were. I regard them as equally morally worthy.
Why though? Because there's a difference between a mission, not having sex and then therefore not conceiving a child, and the actual act of taking a child's life that has been born. Like that child.
I strongly disagree.
But if you were to just give that child up for adoption, they would have the potential to live to a full and healthy, long adult life and have,
Certainly.
and
they would have likely a positive like social surplus. But the thing is that a child that you could have had but didn't has the same expected social surplus. So I regard both of them as equally a deprivation of society, equally a deprivation from society of one child.
I still think though that there's a big moral difference there between, okay, say for example, either one of us decided to be an incel and never once ever have a child, and therefore we just take vows of poverty.
It's not that.
Okay, but like let's decide though that both of us take vows of chastity and therefore just decide never to have a child. That is a very different thing than literally positively going out and taking the life of a child and killing that child. Like that's
I strongly disagree. Both of them result in the same thing of no child in the world.
But the difference is though, the parent of the child that has already been born has the choice. They could just give it up for adoption, and that they won't have the child. The child will still live. So the option there.
So you're saying that it would not
by refraining from taking by refraining
reason why killing
the child, they allow that child to live, right?
The reason that
they have to go out
killing the infant is bad, according to you, is that it deprives the child of their entire life, right?
And there's also the moral
wrong
correct. Killing a baby, and there's also a moral wrong.
No, there is not. There is no thing that is morally wrong or right in and of itself. And if you wish to make that claim, then you might as well just say that it is my intuition that every particular thing that I wish to believe is true. And I could have no counter argument against that. I think that you are a thinking and reasoning being rather than that.
But Nicholas, like, what about the fact? Okay. Let's take, for example, your argument that the child's life in and of itself is not worth it. It's not valuable. What about the sort of Kantian argument? For example, Kant, when it comes to animals, where he basically says, the reason why it's bad to kill an animal is that it actually brutalizes yourself, and it's more likely that you'll then go out and go. That was his reason for why torturing animals is.
I don't regard what she did as being particularly different in either its methods or in its brutalization of the self than what an abortion doctor does.
But I mean, literally, this child, if she had just given up for adoption, would still be alive right now. It's literally been born.
Sure. Then she should pay a fine equal to the expected social surplus of the child.
But let me say
30 years imprisonment.
So okay, this is not my argument, but what somebody could argue is, oh well, the child cannot survive without, like somebody could argue.
If you don't believe it, why are you arguing it?
No, I'm presenting it as like a steel man, right?
But you know that it's something that you believe is wrong, so why are you arguing for it?
I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, but like somebody, for example, like a common argument that is often brought up by people who are advocates of abortion is that, well, the child is, in the womb of the mother, therefore it cannot survive without the mother, therefore it's the mother's choice, right? But at this stage, we're talking about post-birth. This child would live if it was taken by another family, if she gave it to a hospital for adoption, if she gave it to a church for adoption, orphanage, like that child would live, it would grow up to live and have a full adult life. And that she has to actually take the action of killing the child to prevent that. So why is that not immoral? How is it not immoral to take the actual active choice to take that child's life away once it's already been born?
Because, as I emphasized, nobody has been harmed.
The child has been harmed, though. Like that,
The child would be equally harmed by any other cause that would cause it to not exist. The commission or omit, to me, there is no difference between commission or omission.
Why? What's your argument for that? Why
because both of them come to the same result. Now, I will justify to you why killing is bad above a certain age.
Above a certain age. What's the age that you think killing is bad?
I think about 1 to 1.5 would be reasonable. Note that this is only. Note that there are a couple things here that must qualify this. First off, if there are other people who have some interest in the child, then killing your own child. Okay, first off, obviously, it's not yours to kill if it's not your child, right? And if other people have an interest in that child,
why do you think a parent
it's a harm to them?
Can I ask you, why do you think a parent has a moral right to kill a child?
Because I think that it raises utility. That's all.
How?
Now, to be clear,
there's something beyond the utility, like the beauty of human life.
To be clear, if I were to come out against infanticide, I would be in favor of banning abortion, and I would also be in favor of banning like women from not having kids. To me, there is no one or the other.
Why?
It is either
Why
one
do
or the
you
other.
agree there?
Because you're simply saying that the value of having children is high enough that we must, even if by force or by subsidy, cause other people to have children. To me, that they are exactly the same.
Like I don't understand why. So essentially, you're saying that if somebody were to reject infanticide, then they have to also
They have to reject abortion, and they also have to reject not having children.
Well, in your view, they would have to support breeding farms, essentially.
They'd certainly have to support some measures to compel it. Yes,
but
whether those are taxes and subsidies.
I mean, compelled birth is literally rape, though.
Not if it's like a tax and subsidy. We regard that as being categorically different for some reason. Because remember, like to impose a tax and then use that to subsidize having children is of the same moral character as forcing people to have children or forcing people to get married. To me, they're all the same.
Listen, I very fascinating conversation. I probably can't go on for it because I've already been streaming for 4 hours and I do have to leave soon. But I really would like to go.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe later this week or even in a couple of weeks' time we can do another one because it is interesting. Obviously, you're challenging very.
Do you want me to? I would like to note why I think that murder is bad. It's because it induces fear in others, and because a child cannot fear, and because a fetus cannot fear, I cannot regard them being killed as bad any more than I would regard somebody not being born by the circumstance of never being conceived as being bad for them.
Can I make a counterpoint to that? If you're saying the only reason why it's bad to murder somebody is that it induces fear in others, wouldn't that then allow an exception whereby somebody who murders somebody but make sure that they're completely unconscious and like the chloroform, wouldn't that have like this carved out for serial killers where as long as the person they killed was not dead?
because other people, it's not that that person itself would fear. It's that other people would fear being in a society where that sort of thing can happen. When the killing is strictly delineated by age, and it's an age where nobody below that can fear, then I cannot come up with a sound moral reason why it should be wrong. And because I cannot come up with a sound moral reason, I have to regard it as licit, or at least as licit as I would regard not having children altogether.
Have you ever studied philosophy or just only economics?
I don't think that what philosophers do is largely useful.
But I mean, you're presenting a view of ethics. You're presenting a view of morality that is very heavily utilitarian. Essentially, it's full blown utilitarianism, and like there are obviously a whole range of critiques of utilitarianism within
Sure.
philosophy. So,
They're all wrong.
Why? What based on what?
Because they're generally just imposing axioms of like, I don't like this, so we're going to say that there are some things that are right in and of itself. I think that's silly. I actually think that everything can be derived from a bare minimum of conditions, which is I exist, and that there's also like you need to take an axiom, I think, that there is a is and not is, right? And then with those two, you can derive morality.
Okay, look, I could certainly contest you on that, but I do have to go because it is heading towards 4 hours. But maybe just as one last thing, I do want you to really quickly summarize your argument for why you want 6 children, but you want those children not to be genetically yours, which is obviously it's very counterintuitive to a lot of people. So could you explain that concept to people?
Sure. I wish my children to be as well off as possible. I wish to give them the best set of qualities. I am not the optimal set of genes, so I'll have somebody else do it. This is no different, by the way, than if I, marry a man, right? And we have a child with a surrogate, and it is my husband who provides the sperm. In that case, I am also having somebody else be the father of what can be properly thought of as my kids.
But don't you think that there's a certain special bond between children and parents where if you have the capacity to procreate, you would like to, have a child that, that
I think that I would feel much more comfortable with the average children of the love of my life than with the average children who will more likely represent my own family.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have any. I mean, it's obviously a very hardwired human instinct to.
Do you have anyone in this world? Do you like your girlfriend more than you do any members of your family, or is the entire set of your family strictly preferable to your girlfriend?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Nicholas. We're not just saying, the whole idea between procreation between, say, a loving spouse and wife, a loving husband and wife, is that it's a combination of you and the person you love. So it's we're not just saying only one of the partners procreates. I mean, the whole act of having a child with the person you love is you're having the child with somebody who you love, and it will be in the image of them and yourself.
I think that it's perfectly plausible that me and my husband and my wife have 6 kids together, and who knows which ones of us it'll be.
Sorry, say that again. I'm not following you. What do you mean by that? Sorry, hang on, I'm confused.
My ideal world is me and my husband and my wife.
So a sort of polyamorous coupling.
I mean, that's my ideal, certainly. But anyway. By the way, yeah, I do think it's worth noting, circling back to polyamory, that it's actually surprisingly common. I think there might be considerable Twitter discourse when a certain economics professor who lives with his wife, his boyfriend, and his wife's boyfriend wins the John Bates Clark Medal in a couple years. Because I'd say that he has about a 30 to 40% chance of winning it, and that'll be fun Twitter discourse. But
look, I'm sure there are people out there that live these types of unconventional lives. But I guess the question why I'm asking is it's one thing for a minority to pursue this lifestyle based on their own preferences and stuff like. But it certainly seems that you're trying to say this should be the model for society as a whole. And why is that? Because I sort of what I was going to say is I certainly have a live and
I think that people should do what they want, and
yeah.
that they should
But
consider.
you're actively trying to change what people want, right? So what I was going to say is I certainly look my attitude towards non-conventional couplings and sexuality and stuff. I just have a live and let live attitude. I'm like if you're not hurting other people,
Certainly
it's all
reasonable.
consensual.
So you are free to advocate for whatever you want, and I am
but what
free to
I'm
advocate for whatever I want.
yeah, no, sure. But what I'm saying is like I've got no problems where people if someone's not harming everyone, if they find the love of their life in.
But you've made it clear that the tail risk of people engaging in this is harming other people. So you're contradicting yourself here. Either you're having a let and let live because you don't think it's harmful, or you do think it's harmful. Which is it?
What I was going to say is I think it's non-harmful to society if it's just if it's just like a sort of minority of people doing this based on their own preferences. But where I think it could be harmful is if you were to say, okay, wholesale, we're reinventing the whole traditional concept of nuclear family. We're going to abolish the nuclear family and stuff like that. Like, do you get what I mean? I'm saying I'm happy with a minority of people, pursuing their interests without harming people. But I think it would be bad if it became if it came to the day where there's a super majority of people with your views where you're like, no one should have biological children, everyone should have like a sort of polyamorous coupling. I don't necessarily think that would be good.
I think there are many people who are the children of sperm donors, for example, right? Do you think that they should select sperm donors at random, or should they try and select for positive traits?
But here's the thing, though, it's a minority of people that are the children of sperm donors. And I'm fine with that. What I'm saying is in a world where the entirety of children were sperm donors, that's the type of thing that it's very that's a brave new world. That's a very that's something you have to really much more deeply because the tail risk there.
Imagine, if you will, right, that there was like gene editing in the future, right?
Yeah.
And you could edit your children to be not fat, right? Like,
Sure.
would you choose to do so?
Again, yeah, probably in the scenario you put to me, probably sure.
Okay. And what if you made them smarter too?
Well, that's the difference, right? That's where it becomes. I think probably if you polled the public, if you went to the public, I think a lot of people would be like, listen, the ability to make sure we have healthy children who don't have, the risk of severe illness and stuff like that, that's a great thing to be able to try screen and stop. But when it comes to positive eugenics, that's where it really freaks people out because creating a sort of race of Ubermensch like that creates a whole, sort of political dynamic that can become very scary. Then how do we know that people might not start questioning the actual value of human life? They might say, well, this person doesn't have this person was not born with the right genes, therefore they're inherently inferior. I think that's where it becomes very dangerous.
No, they're not inherently inferior. People's qualities are revealed from their actual types, not anything else. I think that if you ever, there is a tail risk certainly that the people might reject, the race of supermen and try and kill them, right? The last time this happened, it was known as the Holocaust.
Not even that. What if it's the supermen deciding they're the ones who should have power and they're going to kill all the inferiors? That's where, that's literally the sort of Nazi ideology, right? That's where it becomes scary to me.
I think that it's a pretty well established result that income is rising in the size of the labor force. And so I think that any race of advanced supermen is perfectly capable of understanding our standard models of international trade and will make decisions accordingly.
So you think they just wouldn't be fascist? There's no chance that they could ever be fascist.
I think that it's pretty clear that that people's politics get better as they get smarter.
Is that true? Look at America. America has.
True.
But America is, by many measures, the richest it's ever been. But there's a real risk of fascism coming to rise in America today.
Sure, and it's the dumb people voting for it.
It's still, but it's still existing. I mean, it's still existing.
Educational polarization has become such that the average IQ of Democrats has substantially gone past that of Republicans, and they were dragged down by the large contingents of ethnic voters in their coalition for a long time. So it's very strikingly now that the Democratic Party is the party of intelligent people, and the Republican Party is the party of dumb people. And I think it should be obvious, on which side my political sympathies fall.
Look, it was very interesting discussing Nick. I do have to head off because I've been streaming for about 4 hours now.
Of course.
You certainly said some things that I like fiercely disagree with. It was good fun to have that debate. I mean,
and I hope you have a very Merry Christmas down there in Australia.
We have the Christmas at the exact same time as you, my friend. We're still many, many months away, December 25th. Thank
you. Why don't they have it like in winter too? Right? So much of Christmas culture
Our
is based
Christmas
on coldness, snow. Do you have snow in the winter?
In some parts of Australia, there actually does exist snow, like particularly in the sort of mountainous areas of Victoria and rural outback New South Wales. There is snow. It's a pretty small part of Australia.
Have you ever seen snow?
Yeah, no, I personally have seen snow, not in Australia. I was overseas when I went to I saw it in Ukraine. I've been overseas and everything. But yeah, no, we have, it is strange because all our Christmas iconography does have the winter snow stuff from the Northern Hemisphere, but we have it in the middle of, blazing summer in Australia. It's a strange thing. It is a strange thing. I've always, when I was a kid, I did think that was really strange. And look, I would love one day, I've said this with my girlfriend, I've said this with my family, everyone has a dream of having a white Christmas one day, being able to go overseas for Christmas and experiencing snow during Christmas. I hope one day I can see that because I think it would be quite special. It's funny. We get raised on all the same sort of Christmas iconography and Christmas movies and all this stuff. Like we all watch Elf and we all watch the same movies that Americans watch for Christmas and everything. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for us, it's in the middle of blazing summer. It's a strange phenomenon.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any other, I don't know, before we go, do you have any other interesting questions about Australia or anything?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Well, look, we should do it again soon. It was actually entertaining. I certainly raised some very thought-provoking questions. I have to go back and try and reevaluate arguing from my priors because you've raised some really.
You should talk more about economics though next time, and you should stick to the tweets. Like we can go through the reading list together, right? We can start with we can start maybe for an introduction to your readers of like a simple too good Ricardian model, right, where you can show how comparative advantage exists even when one country has absolute advantage, and then homogeneous firms but increasing returns as in Krugman, and then we can perhaps extend that. Actually, I think it'd probably be better. No, we'll do Mellets, right? So like heterogeneous firms, and then the Melitton Ottaviano, heterogeneous firms with variable markups, and then we'll go back to the Neo-Ricardian. We'll do Dornbusch, Fisher, Samuelson, which is again two countries and a continuum of goods this time, and then Eaton and Kortumtos, and then two, which is generalizable to many countries, many goods, and you estimate with gravity equations. Then the equivalent result of Archelaus Costa and Rodriguez-Clare. Then adding an increasing marginal market penetration cost a la Archelaus 2010, and then also showing how with non-homothetic preferences, the gains from trade can actually be reduced by variable markup rather than increased. And then we can turn to various empirical papers.
Sure, we can go through all that. Look, Nicholas, it's certainly a fun experience talking to you. It feels like I'm talking to a computer sometimes, but it is certainly interesting. And I thank you for joining the show. No, thank you. I enjoyed it, and I'll post, as well as the live stream, I'm going to post another thing up to my YouTube. You can share it to your followers too. But thank you, mate. It was good fun, and we'll do it again soon. Thank you, mate.
Good night.
Thank you, Nicholas. No worries. Thank you, man. Cool. Look, that was certainly a very interesting experience talking to Nicholas Decker. He has some very strange and zany out there ideas. I think probably the vast majority of people disagree with a lot of what he has to say. It's certainly interesting, at least from a sort of intellectual, philosophical position, to try argue with him. Again, I disavow a lot of what he says. Like, I don't want to get banned from visiting the United States as a tourist. I don't agree with what he says on Trump, for example, all this stuff. But look, it was an interesting conversation. And look, to the people who've been watching the whole time, I really want to thank you. Thank you so much. It was a great stream today. We had about 100 watch hours worth of content.
a lot of people were watching, stay for a long time. I appreciate that. And thank you guys. That was episode 27 of the Drew Pavler Show. And we'll do more of it. It's good fun. We're having a lot of fun on this show. Thank you guys. And peace out. Have a great day.